Somewhere deep beneath our feet, in the most hidden corners of the planet, slumber ruins that stagger the imagination. Before us appear colossal structures and gigantic artifacts, as if created not for humans, but for true titans. The intricate carvings adorning these stone colossi are executed with such incredible precision that our modern technology is at a loss to explain how such a thing was possible. Imagine this scene. Some scientists, adhering to strict academic principles, view these discoveries with disbelief, dismissing them as mere freaks of nature or dating errors. Meanwhile, others, tireless researchers, continue their search, repeatedly stumbling upon new, even more stunning mysteries. They come across ancient maps depicting lands whose existence, as we are accustomed to thinking, no one even suspected in those distant times. Legends of great cataclysms that wiped out entire civilizations and of lost knowledge capable of upending the world are passed down through the centuries by word of mouth. Is it possible that all these legends are not just fairy tales, but ghostly echoes of something immeasurably more ancient than we dare to imagine? In this journey, we will delve into the world of anomalous artifacts, explore the most daring theories, and ask questions that challenge the generally accepted version of human history. To reconstruct the past, scientists, like detectives, meticulously study the material traces left by our distant ancestors. This painstaking process involves excavations where every centimeter of earth can conceal a clue, sophisticated dating methods, detailed analysis, and, finally, interpretation of the discovered artifacts, ruins of ancient buildings, and other silent witnesses of bygone eras. This is how, piece by piece, we attempt to piece together the mosaic of our past. In schools and universities around the world, we are taught a coherent and logical story of how human civilization slowly, step by step, rose from the depths of prehistory. According to this official chronology, humans have traveled a long path from small nomadic bands of hunters and gatherers to more complex sedentary societies based on agriculture. It was these, our agrarian ancestors, who eventually built the first cities, invented writing, and laid the foundations for everything we today call civilization. The earliest centers of great civilizations, such as legendary Mesopotamia or mystical ancient Egypt, are believed to have emerged approximately 5,000 or 6,000 years ago. Everything before this point is generally considered to be a less organized era, lacking complex social structures. This viewpoint didn't arise out of nowhere. It's based on decades of scientific work and the findings of authoritative experts. Yet, there are researchers, archaeologists, and scholars who dare to suggest that the official history is just one version, perhaps an incomplete one. They point to the existence of other, lesser-known chapters in the Book of Humanity. Their work also relies on peer-reviewed studies and proven research methods. It's a robust system that constantly evolves, yet strives to preserve the integrity of our fundamental understanding of the past. However, once we stray from the beaten path, we enter the world of alternative views of history, often referred to as forbidden archaeology or anomalous archaeology. This term encompasses a whole range of discoveries, interpretations, and theories about the past that categorically contradict the accepted picture of the world. These bold ideas challenge not only traditional chronology, but also our understanding of the capabilities of ancient humans. They suggest that highly developed societies may have existed on Earth much earlier than we are accustomed to believing. They argue that humanity's path is not a straight line of ascent from primitiveness to progress, but a far more complex, winding route, marked by periods of incredible achievements followed by devastating declines. Some of these theories even suggest that in ancient times, people possessed knowledge or technologies that completely contradict our image of primitive savages. The term forbidden archaeology itself is controversial, but it stems less from conspiracy theories and more from how the scientific community reacts to inconvenient facts. Certain pieces of evidence and entire lines of research are often simply ignored, rejected, or barred from the canon of traditional history upheld by established academic institutions. This occurs for a variety of reasons, rooted both in the very nature of scientific progress and in human psychology, our desire to resist ideas that threaten to undermine our deeply held beliefs. One of the main reasons why shocking discoveries can remain in the shadows or be given absurd explanations is the concept of a scientific paradigm. A paradigm is essentially a set of unspoken rules, theories, and methods that define the framework of a scientific discipline during a given period of time. In archaeology, the dominant paradigm is the idea that human civilization arose relatively recently, after a long and slow period of development during the Stone Age. Any new discoveries that go beyond these established boundaries risk being ignored or ridiculed. When scientists encounter evidence that seems to completely contradict the current paradigm, their first reaction is skepticism. This doesn't always indicate bias, but rather demonstrates a natural defense mechanism inherent in the scientific method. Scientists are trained to approach all data critically. Indeed, to overturn established theories, not just compelling evidence is needed, but repeatedly confirmed and irrefutable evidence. If a new discovery doesn't fit into the current understanding of history, it may be reinterpreted in a way that would at least align with existing ideas. Its significance may be artificially downplayed, its dating questioned, or it may simply be declared an isolated anomaly, a strange exception that doesn't require a revision of the entire scientific system. The academic world values consistency and gradual development within the existing paradigm, not revolutionary leaps. The mechanisms by which inconvenient facts are explained are quite varied. For example, if a discovered artifact appears too ancient for its era, archaeologists may assume its age is due to some unknown manufacturing process. It's possible that the discovered object is a natural geological formation mistaken for a man-made tool, or it could have been transported from a younger cultural layer to an older one as a result of natural processes or even human intervention. While modern dating methods are generally quite reliable, they can also become a source of heated debate. If, say, radiocarbon dating indicates that human presence at a site is much older than previously thought, skeptics may immediately question the purity of the sample, the conditions in which it was found, or the possibility of contamination by foreign materials. Another area of debate is the interpretation of the discovered megalithic structures. The unusual configuration of the giant stones may be viewed by traditional archaeologists as a naturally occurring rock outcrop. Meanwhile, proponents of forbidden archaeology may see the same stones as the ruins of an ancient structure or part of a complex, intentionally constructed construction. This difference in interpretation often becomes a bone of contention. Researchers typically start from their initial assumptions. If they expect to find only primitive structures from a certain period at an excavation site, then that's likely exactly what they'll find. Funding for archaeological research also has a profound impact on what is studied and how it is interpreted. The vast majority of archaeological projects rely directly on support from universities, government agencies, or private foundations. These organizations typically prefer to invest in projects that align with established academic interests and are highly likely to yield results suitable for publication in reputable scientific journals. Research proposals that challenge traditional timelines or advance radically new, almost fantastical, ideas often face enormous difficulties in securing funding. Theories that don't fit into mainstream scientific paradigms can find themselves financially marginalized. Grant committees may deem them too risky or insufficiently academically substantiated. This creates a vicious cycle. Only research that confirms existing views is funded, which in turn further reinforces the dominant scientific picture and prevents alternative theories from receiving the resources to thoroughly test their claims. While the peer review system is essential for maintaining high standards, it can also serve as a powerful filter that prevents truly revolutionary ideas from emerging. When a research paper is submitted to a scientific journal, it is reviewed by other experts in the same field. If these experts adhere to traditional views, they are likely to reject papers that present data supporting forbidden archaeology. This isn't due to any malicious intent. They simply view the evidence presented as insufficient, the research methods as imperfect, and the interpretations as overly speculative. As a result, proponents of alternative history can find it incredibly difficult to publish their results in leading academic journals. This limits their access to the broader scientific community and contributes to their marginalization, pushing them to the fringes of scholarship. They are forced to publish their work in books, popular journals, or on online resources outside the academic community, further alienating them from the attention and recognition of leading scholars. Differences between traditional and alternative archaeology also manifest themselves in their approach to evidence and theoretical foundations. Traditional archaeology is typically based on the principle of uniformitarianism, the idea that the geological and natural processes we observe today occurred in exactly the same way in the past. It is characterized by a conservative approach. It favors explanations that require the fewest assumptions and rely on existing, verified data. New information is incorporated into the overall picture with great caution and only after detailed verification. In contrast, so-called forbidden archaeology often begins by questioning these very basic assumptions. Imagine an ancient wall constructed from gigantic polygonal boulders. The stones fit together with such incredible precision that not even a knife blade can fit between them. This ingenious method, known as polygonal masonry, makes the walls virtually impervious to earthquakes, the perfect solution for seismically prone regions. But herein lies the main mystery. How did ancient architects manage to craft and fit these complex, asymmetrical boulders with such exquisite precision? Official archaeology offers us a picture of titanic, almost unimaginable labor. Builders, for example, from the Inca civilization, presumably used tools made of harder stone, chipping hammers made of diorite or basalt. They also used sand and water, which they slowly, centimeter by centimeter, ground and polished the stone surfaces. One can only imagine the time and effort expended on this process. It was work that required superhuman patience and the highest level of skill, with each block being fitted through endless trial and error. However, there's another point of view. What if the builders of the past possessed some lost technology that allowed them, for example, to soften stone or cut it with an ease unimaginable to us? Perhaps they possessed precision tools, traces of which we simply haven't found. Tools that allowed them to construct these cyclopean structures on a scale that modern engineers can't even dream of. Now let's travel to the sacred valley of Peru, to the walls of Ollantaytambo, where another marvel of ancient engineering unfolds before us. Here we see colossal blocks of pink rhyolite, some weighing over 50 tons, the equivalent of 10 adult elephants. These colossi were hewn from a quarry many kilometers away, then somehow transported across a raging river and, most incredible of all, dragged up a dizzying mountainside to the construction site. From these colossi, crafted with exquisite precision, the temple complex and terraces were erected. The blocks abandoned in the quarries show signs of processing, but the method of transporting and installing the multi-ton blocks on steep slopes remains a subject of heated debate. Furthermore, intriguing T-shaped grooves and protrusions can be seen on the stones, the purpose of which archaeologists have been unable to convincingly explain to this day. But perhaps the most stunning spectacle awaits us in Bolivia, near Lake Titicaca. Here, on a high plateau, lie the ruins of Pumapunku, part of the ancient city of Tiwanaku. This is more than just masonry. It challenges our very understanding of the ancient world. According to traditional dating, this site was built around 1,500 years ago. The complex consists of perfectly crafted blocks of andesite and diorite, the largest of which weigh over 100 tons. But it's not the weight that's astounding, but the impeccable precision of the workmanship. Before us are perfectly smooth surfaces and standardized H-shaped blocks, creating the complete impression that they rolled off the assembly line of some high-tech factory. The level of precision is simply unparalleled. Perfect internal angles, the finest grooves and slots, as if cut by a laser machine. And all this is made of diorite, a stone as hard as granite. This achievement seems even more astonishing when you consider that, according to the official version, the builders of Pumapunku had neither iron nor steel tools. Classic archaeology suggests that the craftsmen used abrasive sand and obsidian tools, painstakingly polishing each element. However, critics of this theory rightly point out, is it possible to achieve perfect right angles and create hundreds of absolutely identical, interchangeable blocks using sand and stone? This raises the possibility of a lost, far more advanced technology for cutting and processing stone. The picture is completed by the traces of a monstrous catastrophe. Precisely cut and fitted blocks are scattered throughout the area, like giant children's building blocks. It's as if some monstrous force, perhaps the legendary Great Flood, wiped this civilization from the face of the earth in an instant, leaving us with only this insoluble mystery. Let's travel to the other side of the world, to the island of Malta in the Mediterranean Sea. Here lies a scattering of ancient megalithic temples such as Hagar Shim and Menajdra. Their age is staggering, between 5,500 and 4,500 years old. This means they predate both the Egyptian pyramids and the famous Stonehenge. The temples are built from massive limestone blocks, some weighing over 20 tons. Who and how could have erected such structures on this tiny island? These enigmatic temples, created by a people we're accustomed to thinking of as primitive islanders, continue to baffle researchers. The methods of quarrying, transporting, and precisely placing these gigantic stones, many of which have complex curved and concave shapes, remain a closely guarded secret. And just think of the underground hypogeum complex, carved entirely from the rock with incredible precision and possessing unique acoustic properties. While the Maltese temples may not be as grandiose as Pumapunku, they provide further evidence of the incredible abilities of ancient cultures to create monumental structures with seemingly limited technology. Even the well-studied Stonehenge in England holds its secrets. Conventional archaeology has experimentally proven that ramps, ropes, and wooden rollers could have been used to move and install its stones. However, some aspects still raise questions, particularly the transportation of the so-called blue stones over a distance of over 250 kilometers. Imagine the task: dragging multi-ton boulders across hills, rivers, and swamps without roads or wheeled transport. This proves that even in the Neolithic era, people had the technology to construct large-scale structures, but the implementation of such projects required truly superhuman effort and ingenuity. And in Egypt, at the foot of the Great Sphinx, we see temple walls constructed from massive stone blocks weighing up to 200 tons. The same question arises: how were they transported and laid? But the Sphinx itself poses an even deeper mystery. Its body bears distinct traces of water erosion. Some scholars argue that these marks could have been left not by wind, but by millennia of torrential rains. Rains that fell in this region tens of thousands of years ago, long before the age of the pharaohs. This can only mean one thing: the Sphinx is much older than we think and is the legacy of an earlier unknown civilization capable of creating such majestic monuments. And here we come to the main difficulty in studying these stone giants. There is a virtually complete lack of written evidence or detailed archaeological data left by the builders themselves. We have no drawings, no instructions, not even clearly identified tools for such work. Therefore, archaeologists are forced to make only guesses based on scraps of information and the presumed technological capabilities of a given era. This gives rise to theories about the involvement of colossal manual labor, as well as the use of simple yet effective devices based on the laws of physics: levers, rollers, ramps. Nevertheless, looking at the anomalously precise and massive masonry in some places and the strength of the materials used, many researchers ask, are we too limited in our modern understanding of the capabilities of the ancients? Were people armed with only the simplest tools truly capable of such astonishing feats? Or do these silent stones hint at something more? At long-lost knowledge, at an entirely different level of understanding of matter and energy. This is the great mystery of the stone giants, which challenges our familiar picture of the slow and gradual development of human technology. It suggests that highly advanced engineering may have already existed on our planet in the distant past. To find the answer, we must look even deeper into the past, into the planet's geological record itself. Our modern scientific understanding of Earth's history is based on geology and paleontology, which use rock layers, topography, and fossils to reconstruct a picture of past eras. The underlying theory here is uniformitarianism. Simply put, it states that all natural processes, erosion, volcanism, sedimentation, occurred in the past just as they do today, mostly slowly and gradually. This principle, supported by radiometric dating and paleontological findings, has allowed scientists to construct a geological timescale spanning billions of years. This scale clearly shows us the evolutionary path of life, from the simplest single-celled organisms to complex multicellular creatures and, finally, to humans who appeared on this timeline quite recently. According to these data, life on Earth originated approximately 3.5 billion years ago, and the first great human civilizations emerged only a few thousand years ago. However, there's a concept known as forbidden archaeology that challenges this established worldview. Its proponents seek geological evidence that could confirm the existence of advanced civilizations millions, even billions of years ago. They focus on anomalous finds in ancient geological layers, fossilized artifacts, and strange formations that, in their view, bear the imprint of intelligent activity. And all of this is happening in rocks that formed long before the emergence of humans or any other known intelligent species. If even some of these findings are confirmed, it will completely upend our understanding of the planet's past and the evolution of intelligent life. One category of such claims is the discovery of human artifacts or traces in deep geological strata. Take coal seams, for example. These are essentially the compressed remains of ancient forests that formed over millions of years under enormous pressure and temperature. Imagine finding an object clearly made by human hands in such a coal seam, tens or hundreds of millions of years old. Imagine a miner digging deep into a coal seam formed millions of years ago. Suddenly, amidst the black rock, his pickaxe strikes something completely out of place. The discovery of an object created by an intelligent being in such ancient layers could upend our entire understanding of human history, proving that humans walked the earth long before mainstream science. For decades, rumors of such discoveries have been circulating from around the world. Iron tools, intricate chains, and even thimbles have supposedly been found in coal seams, tens, even hundreds of millions of years old. Let's fast forward, for example, to 1891, to the American town of Morrisonville, Illinois. There, according to legend, an elegant gold chain fell from a lump of coal. And 20 years later, in 1912, workers in Oklahoma allegedly discovered a complete iron pot, imprinted firmly in ancient rock. However, mainstream science views these stories with great skepticism. Most such claims rely on extremely scant data and are not supported by any serious evidence. Geologists and archaeologists have a simple and logical explanation. Modern objects could easily have entered ancient layers through cracks or fissures. Water and time took their toll, and the artifact would have been encapsulated rather than being part of the coal itself. Without careful, step-by-step excavations and precise dating of both the find itself and the layers surrounding it, all these stories remain in the category of dubious tales and unconfirmed legends. But there are even more shocking claims. These involve discoveries in Precambrian rocks, dating back not just millions, but hundreds of millions and even billions of years. This is an era before complex life, let alone humans, had even emerged on Earth. One of the most famous examples are the mysterious metallic spheres found in Klerksdorp, South Africa. These small, nearly perfect spheres, some of which are surrounded by neat parallel grooves, were extracted from pyrophyllite deposits. Their age is estimated at approximately 2 billion years. Proponents of ancient civilization theories see them as irrefutable evidence of artificial origin. However, geologists offer a far more prosaic yet scientific explanation. They believe these spheres are natural formations, so-called concretions. This is a process in which minerals gradually, layer by layer, accumulate around a central core within a sedimentary rock. This can result in a wide variety of shapes, including perfect spheres. The mysterious grooves on their surface are merely traces of natural growth or the result of subsequent weathering. Similar stories have occurred with other artifacts. For example, with a metal cube found in a coal mine in Salzburg, Austria in 1885, or with an iron nail allegedly discovered in a solid block of sandstone in Scotland in 1844. Geologists explain that these are most likely natural formations of pyrite, a common mineral that can crystallize in forms resembling man-made objects. Another theory is that these could have been ordinary modern nails, simply embedded in newly formed nodules, rather than in rock millions of years old. Supposed ancient roads or sidewalks discovered in deep geological layers also fall into this category of mysteries. From time to time, reports surface of perfectly straight roads, as if paved by giants, found in rock formations millions of years old. Some researchers see them as the remains of ancient artificial structures. But here, too, conventional geology offers a perfectly natural explanation. There is a process called columnar fracturing in volcanic rocks. As lava cools, it cracks, forming remarkably regular hexagonal or polygonal columns that, from above, look like pavement. Similarly, natural faults and erosion in sedimentary rocks can create straight lines and rectangular patterns that closely resemble man-made surfaces. These are not the traces of ancient builders, but the result of colossal tectonic forces and the work of wind and water over millions of years. Fossilized objects and anomalous fossils are what truly challenge traditional geological chronologies. Just imagine if fossilized human bones or footprints were found alongside dinosaur tracks. This would instantly rewrite the entire history of life on our planet. The most famous example of such anomaly is the Paluxy River in Texas. Here, some researchers and creationists claim the impossible has occurred. Human footprints were found in the same rock as dinosaur tracks. Proponents of this idea claim that the human prints are found in close proximity to three-toed dinosaur tracks in Cretaceous rocks over 100 million years old. The world's leading paleontologists and geologists have meticulously examined these claims. Armed with scientific methods, they have reached their verdict. The supposed human footprints are in fact either faintly imprinted dinosaur tracks, bizarre erosional patterns that merely mimic footprints, or, in some cases, outright fakes. The overwhelming majority of scientists agree. There is no reliable evidence that humans and dinosaurs ever intersected in time. The process of fossilization, when organic tissue is replaced by minerals over millions of years, most often occurs with hard materials like wood or bone. Therefore, reports of fossilized tools or other human-made objects are almost always inaccurate. Typically, these are modern objects that became embedded in relatively quickly formed mineral deposits or concretions. Fossil anomalies, such as the discovery of modern organisms in ancient strata or the appearance of complex species in the fossil record long before their supposed evolutionary debut, indirectly fuel theories about worlds that existed before our own. Every discovery of a species thought not to have existed during a given geological period undermines the established picture of the slow and gradual evolution of life. And while many such discoveries later turn out to be misinterpretations, some anomalies do force scientists to re-examine and refine the vast evolutionary tree. However, these issues are typically discussed in the context of evolutionary theory, not as evidence for the existence of ancient super-civilizations. Claims about geological formations supposedly indicating intelligent design don't stand up to scrutiny. However, ideas about the unnatural origins of mountains and hills sometimes gain incredible popularity, as happened with the legend of the Bosnian pyramids. In 2005, one researcher proposed that a group of hills near the town of Visoko in Bosnia were actually ancient man-made pyramids, simply covered by a layer of soil and vegetation. He claimed they could be tens of thousands of years old, Supporters of this hypothesis pointed to their near-perfect geometric shapes, precise orientation to the cardinal directions, and even an entire system of underground tunnels. However, when world-renowned geologists and archaeologists took up the case, the fairy tale quickly fell apart. Scientists concluded that these structures were merely natural hills, known in geology as flat irons. These are fairly common formations formed by the erosion of disparate rock layers. Their regular shape is explained by natural processes, not the work of ancient builders. Scientific excavations revealed no traces of artificial materials or technology, and the supposed tunnels turned out to be ordinary natural caves. There is also a hypothesis about the existence of colossal underground cities or entire tunnel networks that permeate the Earth at enormous depths and were created long before known civilizations. While natural cave systems are indeed enormous and often bear traces of ancient human habitation, claims of planned underground megacities on a planetary scale remain pure fantasy. These ideas are typically based on loose interpretations of geological maps or little-known folklore legends, rather than on actual archaeological finds. The whole essence of this conflict between alternative history and traditional science comes down to the opposition of two fundamental ideas: uniformitarianism and catastrophism. Traditional geology adheres to the principles of uniformitarianism. This approach describes the Earth's history as the result of slow, gradual, and continuous processes that have operated over an unimaginably long period of time. From this perspective, the preservation of man-made structures, let alone fragile ones, in the geological record over millions of years seems virtually impossible. Over such vast periods of time, erosion, plate tectonic movement, and metamorphism, the invisible millstones of geology, should have ground even the most robust structures to dust. However, theories about ancient, highly developed civilizations often rely on the idea of catastrophism. According to this theory, the sudden disappearance of entire cultures and the burial of their remains under a thick layer of rock could have been caused not by slow processes, but by global cataclysms. Imagine a global flood, a sudden pole shift, or the impact of a giant meteorite. Such catastrophes could have buried entire cities under a layer of ash and mud in a matter of days or hours, preserving them for posterity in a way that millions of years of peaceful existence could not. For example, there's a hypothesis about a comet impact approximately 12,900 years ago, which caused a sharp cooling and widespread environmental disasters. While this theory itself remains the subject of heated debate in scientific circles, proponents of forbidden archaeology see such events as a key to solving the mystery. Such catastrophes could have served as a reset for early civilizations, explaining why traces of their existence are so reliably hidden or seemingly forever destroyed. Even within the bounds of the most daring catastrophic theories, the idea that complex structures created by intelligent beings could survive millions of years of geological upheaval remains a colossal mystery, challenging the very foundations of Earth science. The primary reason traditional geology has such difficulty accepting hypotheses of ancient intelligent intervention lies in its very foundation. This science, at its core, seeks natural explanations for everything it finds. From the very first day of training, geologists are taught to see traces of erosion, volcanic activity, or sedimentary processes in geological formations. They construct chains of cause and effect, linking landscape features and artifacts in ancient strata solely to the forces of nature. The assumption that intelligent activity is behind any phenomenon runs counter to these basic principles. For a geologist, this is tantamount to heresy unless absolutely irrefutable, crystal-clear evidence of intentional construction or processing of the material is presented. Furthermore, geology is dominated by strict dating methods and stratigraphy, the study of the sequence of layers. Any claims of discoveries of ancient artifacts and fossils millions of years old are almost always viewed through the prism of natural phenomena. There are many more prosaic explanations for such anomalies, These could include freakish tricks of nature, modern contamination of ancient layers, or simply misidentification, where a natural formation is mistaken for a human creation. Or it could be a misinterpretation of the entire geological context. Another compelling argument is the lack of a complete picture. If an advanced civilization truly existed in ancient times, we would expect to find not isolated anomalies, but a whole layer of consistent geological and archaeological finds that would confirm its existence. We mustn't forget the merciless force of time. Millions of years alone are a monstrous span, making the preservation of these fragile human creations practically impossible. Only under unique, extremely rare circumstances, such as instantaneous burial under tons of rock, could anything survive. But if it were one day proven that these geological oddities were truly the work of ancient intelligent beings, the consequences of such a discovery would be truly tectonic. We would find ourselves on the brink of a complete revision of our entire understanding of the history of the planet, the chronology of life's development, and the very essence of intelligent existence. This would force us to rewrite evolutionary theory from scratch, reconsider the age of intelligent life on Earth, and perhaps even look at ourselves anew. Such a discovery would extend far beyond geology and archaeology, touching on biology, anthropology, and even philosophy. Yet, until truly extraordinary and irrefutable evidence emerges that can withstand the strictest scientific scrutiny, hypotheses about the existence of intelligent life in the distant past will remain speculative. They serve as a powerful reminder of the profound mysteries still hidden beneath the surface of our planet and the vast eons of time we have yet to uncover. The story of human development is often told through the evolution of its tools. It's a tale carved in stone and cast in metal. If we travel back in time, we see how, from the most primitive, roughly hewn stones, our ancestors slowly but surely advanced toward the creation of increasingly complex and effective tools. From the first stone hand axes crafted millions of years ago to the perfectly polished axes of the Neolithic era, and then on into the age of metals. First came copper, then bronze, and then iron. Each of these steps represents a giant leap in human ingenuity and capabilities. Traditional archaeology paints a clear and consistent picture of this progression. First, there were simple stone tools. Then, humans mastered copper, but it was too soft and quickly dulled. Later, by fusing copper with tin, humans produced durable bronze, and the real breakthrough came with the development of iron and steel. This opened the door to incredibly complex and precise work. According to this generally accepted chronology, ancient people used the technologies appropriate to their era, gradually, step by step, developing their skills over millennia. However, there are artifacts that don't fit into this coherent picture at all. These are examples of ancient craftsmanship that challenge this linear, progressive history. They demonstrate extreme precision, intricate detail, and a profound knowledge of materials that seems utterly impossible for the historical period to which they are assigned. These mysteries, connected to the incredible precision of their work, are the main battleground for so-called forbidden archaeology. These finds suggest one of two things: either ancient peoples possessed some kind of advanced tools unknown to us, or their understanding of engineering and materials, science was orders of magnitude deeper than we can imagine. What's intriguing is not only what was built, but also how it was accomplished using the primitive technologies we attribute to them, and whether it was even possible to achieve such results using only handcrafted tools. One of the most fascinating areas of research where the question of lost technologies arises is the precision cutting and drilling of stone in ancient Egypt. Let's take a look, for example, at the underground tunnels of Saqqara. There, in pitch darkness, gigantic granite boxes were found, some weighing up to 100 tons, the equivalent of a modern locomotive. These sarcophagi have perfectly smooth surfaces, polished to a mirror shine. Their corners are set at a perfect 90-degree angle, and their multi-ton lids fit so tightly that it's impossible to fit even a razor blade between them. Granite is an extremely hard rock, measuring up to 7 on the Mohs scale. Attempting to craft such a material with such precision using only the tools known to the ancient Egyptians, copper chisels, stone hammers, and abrasive sand, seems a truly titanic, if not impossible, task. Traditional Egyptology attributes these miracles to the incredible patience and years of labor of skilled craftsmen who used copper saws and grinding stones, along with an abrasive paste made from sand. However, proponents of alternative theories are certain that such geometric precision and scale of these objects can only point to one thing: a lost technology that allowed them to cut this hard stone with machine-like precision. The production of diorite bowls and vases in ancient Egypt raises even more questions. Diorite is a mineral harder than even granite. Many of these vessels, over 5,000 years old, are astounding. They possess perfect symmetry, their walls are incredibly thin, and their surfaces are polished to perfection. Creating such objects, especially hollowing them out from the inside to achieve uniform thickness, seems like an insurmountable challenge when all you have at your disposal are hand drills and abrasive powders. Official scholarship suggests that the craftsmen used rotary drills filled with abrasive sand, driven by a bow or other hand-operated mechanisms. However, critics doubt such methods could have achieved the perfection and efficiency we observe. This, again and again, raises the question of the existence of high-speed drilling machines or other, more advanced processing methods. Another intriguing detail is the helical grooves found in holes drilled into granite and other hardstones in ancient Egypt. These spiral grooves, visible both on quarry blanks and on finished artifacts, have an absolutely uniform pitch and depth. They seem to have been created by a powerful drill bit, which pierced the stone at a constant speed and under enormous pressure. The feed rate, or the depth of penetration of the drill in a single revolution, appears astonishingly high for a simple hand tool. This indicates the colossal force of pressure and rotation that was involved in the process. According to the generally accepted theory, these grooves are the result of the craftsman either applying strong pressure or rocking motion to a tubular drill containing abrasive. However, alternative hypotheses suggest that these marks may be direct evidence of machine processing. They may be a reference to high-speed drilling technology which enabled the rapid and precise removal of hard rock, far exceeding the capabilities of human strength. Now, let's travel across the ocean to the high Andes Plateau, to a mysterious place called Pumapunku. The precision of local stonework has long been the subject of heated debate in scientific circles. Here, we find further confirmation of the hypothesis of ancient high technology. Gigantic blocks made of extremely hard andesite and diorite were discovered at Pumapunku. These blocks are distinguished by their perfectly flat surfaces, razor-sharp internal 90-degree angles, and a complex modular design with interlocking elements. The surfaces of these stones are often polished to a shine, and all this raises one simple question. How did a civilization believed to have no knowledge of iron or steel and possessed only a basic understanding of metallurgy achieve such incredible precision? Diorite is a stone of incredible hardness, ranging from 6 to 7 on the Mohs scale. Traditional archaeological hypotheses seem particularly unconvincing here. Imagine a workshop in the ancient world. Achieving a perfect, almost mirror-like finish on stone artifacts required incredible patience. A fine polish was the result of long and arduous abrasive processing. Craftsmen used the hardest materials they could find: volcanic glass obsidian, the most durable quartzite, and even precious jadeite. Ordinary sand mixed with water was also used. This process required a colossal, almost unimaginable amount of time, steel-like patience, and the highest level of skill, passed down from generation to generation. However, there is another point of view. Proponents of alternative theories believe there is a much simpler explanation for such phenomenal precision. They point out that the microscopic precision, perfect right angles, and obvious standardization of parts indicate technologies that simply could not have been achieved with primitive stone axes. This could be evidence of the use of advanced cutting, grinding, or polishing techniques. Perhaps unknown energy sources or tools whose secrets are forever lost to time were used. A glance at the walls of the Sacsayhuaman fortress in Peru will raise this question anew. The gigantic polygonal stone blocks are fitted together with such incredible precision that it is impossible to fit even a knife blade between them. How these complex convex and concave surfaces were joined with such impeccable precision remains an absolute mystery. Official science suggests that all of this is the result of titanic manual labor, constant quarrying, polishing, and adjusting stones using harder stone tools. It was a painstaking process of trial and error that lasted for decades, but some alternative hypotheses propose far more fantastical methods, such as softening the stone with extracts of unknown plants. Imagine, certain chemical processes could temporarily make hard granite as pliable as clay, allowing it to be shaped into any, even the most complex form with astonishing precision. Afterward, the stone would harden again, preserving the desired shape forever. Although there is no scientific evidence to support the possibility of such softening, this astonishing precision of ancient structures still evokes heated debate and genuine admiration. Beyond stoneworking, claims of advanced past technologies also pertain to anomalies in metallurgy. The iron pillar in Delhi, India, is a true marvel of ancient engineering genius. It stands over 7 meters tall and weighs over 6 tons. More than 16 centuries have passed since its supposed creation in the early 5th century CE, yet this monument still amazes with its incredible resistance to rust. Despite constant exposure to a humid climate, the secret to its durability lies in its composition. The column is composed of nearly 99.7% pure iron and has a high phosphorus content, which creates a thin protective oxide layer on its surface. However, how ancient Indian metallurgists achieved such a feat without modern high-temperature furnaces and a deep understanding of metal chemistry remains a mystery. Creating such a colossal column from virtually pure iron, unparalleled in world history, is a truly unique and inexplicable achievement. Traditional metallurgical theories suggest that solid phase reduction and repeated forging of hot sponge iron in primitive muffle furnaces were used to create the column. This is believed to have been made possible by centuries of blacksmithing knowledge and skill. Perhaps the unique properties of the local iron ore also contributed to the metal's incredible resistance to corrosion. However, alternative theories suggest that the secrets of ancient metallurgy may have been lost over time, or that ancient artisans possessed a far more profound knowledge of ironworking than we are accustomed to. Another mystery of ancient metallurgy is the platinum artifacts found in pre-Columbian South America, particularly in the areas of modern-day Ecuador and Colombia. The ancient artisans of the La Tolita culture, which existed from approximately 500 BC to 500 AD, knew how to work with platinum and created small, delicate jewelry from it. The crux of the mystery lies in the fact that platinum has an extremely high melting point, over 1,300 degrees Celsius, which is significantly higher than could be achieved in primitive furnaces or with soldering irons of the time. This raises a logical question. How did ancient people process a metal they physically could not melt? Mainstream science suggests they used a complex method known as powder metallurgy. This process involved mixing platinum dust with gold powder. This mixture was then heated to a temperature below the melting point of platinum, but high enough to melt the gold, which in turn glued the platinum particles together. The material was then repeatedly hammered and heated again. This resulted in the platinum grains being pressed into a single workable alloy. While this explanation seems logical, it demonstrates an incredible understanding of the properties of materials and a remarkable level of technical ingenuity, especially for a society without modern scientific instruments. Some ancient historians even speculate that this complex process may have been inspired by divine forces. Ancient images also provide food for thought, hinting that ancient civilizations may have possessed advanced technology. One of the most striking examples is the famous relief from the Temple of Hathor in the Egyptian city of Dendera. Some researchers see this image as nothing less than a giant electric lamp, a large bulb-shaped object with a filament inside, mounted on a special stand and connected to a cable. They believe this is direct evidence that the ancient Egyptians knew about electricity. However, traditional Egyptology categorically rejects this interpretation. Scholars explain this relief as a purely mythological image. They believe it depicts a lotus flower, from which emerges a snake, an ancient symbol of the creation of the world and eternal rebirth in Egyptian cosmology. The so-called filament in this context is the snake itself, and the cable is the lotus stem. Moreover, throughout all the excavations in Egypt, not a single archaeological evidence of electrical devices, wires, or power sources has been found, casting grave doubt on the ancient Egyptian light bulb theory. Understanding this relief as a technological device is considered by the scientific community to be an incorrect approach to interpreting complex religious symbolism. However, there is one example of an advanced ancient instrument that is recognized by mainstream science. This is the Antikythera mechanism, discovered in 1901 on a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera. This sea-eaten bronze device, dating back to approximately the 1st or 2nd century BCE, is an incredibly complex mechanism with dozens of gears. Extensive research, including X-ray tomography, has shown that it was the world's first analog computer. An astronomical calculator capable of predicting planetary movements, solar and lunar eclipses, and calculating the dates of the Olympic Games. Its gears are crafted with astonishing precision, and some have a prime number of teeth, demonstrating the advanced mathematical and mechanical knowledge achieved at the time. The question that still haunts scholars isn't whether it's a fake. Its authenticity has long been proven. The main mystery lies elsewhere. Why wasn't another device of similar complexity found in the ancient world for more than 1,000 years after its creation? This artifact represents a remarkable exception, testifying to a high level of mechanical engineering and astronomical knowledge that was either the preserve of a very small circle of initiates or simply lost for centuries. This raises the possibility that technological breakthroughs in ancient times may have occurred in isolation and not been widely disseminated. Another set of controversial artifacts are the so-called crystal skulls. Several perfectly carved human skulls made of transparent or milky quartz have sparked intense interest among researchers worldwide. Quartz is an incredibly hard material, ranking 7th on the Mohs scale of hardness, making it extremely difficult to work. Carving quartz requires either diamond or very hard abrasive sand. Some skulls are renowned for their astonishing anatomical detail, facial features, eye sockets, and teeth. Many believe these artifacts were crafted thousands of years ago by lost civilizations using advanced technologies unknown to us. But a thorough scientific analysis conducted by the British Museum and the Smithsonian Institution in the late 20th century revealed a disturbing truth. Most, if not all, of the famous crystal skulls turned out to be modern forgeries. They were likely created in the 19th or early 20th centuries using rotary tools equipped with modern abrasive grain, a technology unavailable to the ancient Mesoamerican cultures to which they are commonly attributed. Studies revealed microscopic tool marks on the skull's surfaces, directly indicating modern production methods. This case clearly demonstrates that some grandiose claims of ancient advanced technology may be nothing more than modern myths or misconceptions. The very concept of advanced ancient tools challenges the conventional wisdom about the slow, linear progress of human technology. The exceptional craftsmanship, incredible precision, and profound knowledge of materials seen in a number of ancient artifacts cast doubt on this simple paradigm. Conventional archaeology often offers plausible explanations based on the colossal amount of manual labor, the skillful use of simple tools, and the boundless patience of ancient artisans. However, the flawlessness of some objects continues to raise questions, and although traditional skepticism regarding many of these anomalous finds is based on compelling arguments, the mystery remains unsolved. Critics often offer rational arguments, citing misidentifications of finds, inaccuracies in dating, or a simple underestimation of the capabilities of ancient craftsmen. When it comes to the technologies of the past, we most often hear stories of incredible patience, manual labor, and unique, local knowledge that run counter to what we consider possible today. And when bold claims are made about the existence of incredibly complex tools in antiquity, they are often dismissed as hoaxes or misinterpretations, with symbolic images mistaken for technical drawings. Yet these astonishing artifacts force us to rethink what people of the past were truly capable of. They beg the question, what if the ancient world hid technological secrets that we are only just beginning to uncover? Let's travel to the Giza Plateau in Egypt. Here, under the scorching sun, rise some of the most recognizable and enigmatic structures on our planet: the Great Pyramids and their eternal guardian, the Great Sphinx. Within mainstream Egyptology, there is a generally accepted picture of the origin of these monuments. The three main pyramids, belonging to the pharaohs Khufu, Khafre, and Menkaure, were built approximately 4,500 years ago during the Old Kingdom. They served as magnificent tombs for the rulers of the 4th dynasty. The most colossal of them, the Great Pyramid of Khufu, is officially believed to have taken 20 to 30 years to build. It is believed that this required the efforts of a huge number of workers, primitive copper tools, and a complex system of ramps to move and lift the gigantic stone blocks. The Great Sphinx, a colossal statue carved directly from a single rock, is generally attributed to the pharaoh Khafre, who reigned after Khufu. This view is supported by archaeological evidence, discoveries of builders' settlements, remains of stone tools, and inscriptions discovered both at Giza itself and in other parts of the Old Kingdom. Yet, despite this seemingly coherent theory, the incredible scale, astonishing precision, and architectural complexity of these monuments have raised countless questions. Alternative theories have emerged that question everything: the construction methods, the true age of these structures, and even their original purpose. These ideas often challenge traditional scholarly views of Egyptian history, offering completely unexpected and captivating explanations. The very idea that the ancient Egyptians, with their known technology, could have created such grandiose structures raises serious doubts for many. It is this mystery, this constant how, that drives researchers and enthusiasts around the world to seek new answers, going far beyond the accepted explanations. Let's take a closer look at the Great Pyramid of Cheops, also known as the Pyramid of Khufu. It is the most imposing and mysterious of all the structures on the plateau. Originally, it stood almost 147 meters tall and was composed of over 2,300,000 stone blocks. Most of these weigh between 2.5 and 15 tons. But some, especially the granite monoliths in the so-called King's Chamber, weigh up to 70 tons or more. The challenges associated with constructing such a giant are colossal, and they provide the basis for many alternative theories. Firstly, the very extraction of millions of stone blocks using copper tools is an incredibly difficult task. Copper is a relatively soft metal with a hardness of only 3 on the Mohs scale. Limestone, which makes up most of the pyramid, has a hardness of 3 to 4. Granite, however, is a much more durable material, reaching 6 to 7. Traditional Egyptology suggests that copper chisels, applied with tremendous force, could have cut limestone, while harder dolerite balls were used to shape granite. Wooden wedges may also have been used. They were driven into cracks and doused with water, causing the wood to expand and split the stone. However, alternative theories raise a reasonable question. Could these methods have ensured the rapid and precise cutting of millions of blocks, especially of such a stubborn material as granite? This gives rise to speculation about some lost technologies of high-precision cutting, or even the use of unknown forms of energy that could facilitate the processing of stone. Secondly, transporting these multi-ton blocks from the quarries, some of which were hundreds of kilometers away, presents another formidable logistical conundrum. According to traditional theories, the blocks were transported on wooden sleds pulled by huge teams of people. Workers may have wetted the sand to facilitate sliding. Barges were used for transport along the Nile, but transporting relatively small blocks is one thing, and quite another to move a 70-ton granite monolith overland without the use of wheels, which were not used for heavy-duty transport in ancient Egypt. This would have been a task of truly titanic proportions. This is where alternative theories offer the most daring ideas, including levitation or the use of sonic energy to reduce the weight of the stones. However, it is worth noting that none of these hypotheses has any scientific evidence. But the main challenge was lifting and, with pinpoint precision, installing millions of blocks to a height of nearly 147 meters. Traditional Egyptology offers various options for ramp systems. Theories include a single straight ramp extending for many kilometers into the desert, a spiral ramp that wrapped around the pyramid's exterior, or even a combination of internal and external ramps. However, the amount of material required to construct such auxiliary structures and the complexity of their constant reconstruction as the pyramid grew would have been enormous. One of the most recent and widely discussed hypotheses, proposed by the French architect Jean-Pierre Houdin, suggests the existence of an external straight ramp for constructing the lower part of the pyramid and an internal spiral ramp that ran within the structure itself and along which blocks were transported to the top. This theory attempts to explain why we find no traces of a gigantic external ramp and offers a more realistic view of the construction process. But despite all the variety of theories, the exact method of constructing the pyramid still remains the subject of heated debate. Finally, the incredible precision of the Great Pyramid calls into question the capabilities of its ancient builders. Its base is a near-perfect square with sides measuring 230 meters, deviating from the plane by less than 2.5 centimeters along its entire length. It is perfectly aligned with the cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west, with an error of just 1/15 of a degree. The pyramid was originally clad in slabs of polished white limestone. These stones were fitted together so tightly that it is said that it is impossible to insert a knife blade into the gaps between them. Traditional Egyptology attributes this precision to exceptional craftsmanship, meticulous preparation, and the use of simple yet effective surveying instruments, such as plumb lines and sighting rods, as well as decades of dedicated labor. However, alternative views suggest that such geometric and astronomical precision requires a far more profound understanding of mathematics and engineering than we attribute to the Egyptians of the 4th dynasty. This suggests the use of some kind of high-precision instruments or even machine technology. The Great Sphinx of Giza, a colossal statue nearly 74 meters long and 20 meters high, also contributes to this mystery. Traditional Egyptology holds that the Sphinx was carved from rock by order of Pharaoh Khafra and is believed to be approximately 4,500 years old. However, one of the most intriguing alternative theories, proposed by geologist Robert Schoch in the early 1990s, casts considerable doubt on this age. Schoch based his conclusions on geological data. He argued that erosion marks on the body of the Sphinx and the walls of the surrounding trench, deep vertical furrows and rounded shapes, indicate long-term exposure to heavy rainfall, not wind and sand. Egypt's climate has been arid for the past 5,000 years. However, if we rewind time 8, 10, or even 12,000 years, we reach an era when the region had a humid climate reminiscent of the African savanna. Schoch's geological analysis leads to a startling conclusion. The initial erosion of the Sphinx was caused by water, meaning the monument may be significantly older than commonly believed. It could date back to the end of the last ice age, meaning it was created 10 to 12,000 years ago or even earlier. If this theory is correct, it fundamentally changes our understanding of ancient history. It would mean that the Sphinx was erected by an unknown, highly advanced civilization that existed thousands of years before the first pharaonic dynasties. However, mainstream Egyptologists and most geologists reject these claims. They believe the erosion pattern can be explained by other, more prosaic factors: local water runoff, the weathering of disparate limestone layers, and even the effects of ancient and modern restoration work. They argue that the evidence for water erosion is not compelling enough to refute the weight of archaeological evidence linking the Sphinx to the Old Kingdom. There are no historical documents that irrefutably and directly link the construction of the Sphinx to the reign of Pharaoh Khafre. All we have is circumstantial evidence, inscriptions mentioning the great statue and its location within the Giza funerary complex. This debate continues to rage, with both proponents of the classical theory and adherents of alternative history vehemently defending their case, relying on geological analysis and archaeological finds. And here, we delve into an even deeper and more mysterious realm, the world of hypotheses about the origins of the Sphinx. Among the many bold ideas, one stands out, one that has captivated minds for over a century: the theory that secret chambers lie beneath the massive pores of the Stone Guardian. Perhaps the most famous proponent of this concept was the American mystic Edgar Cayce. As early as the early 20th century, in his visions and prophecies, he spoke of the so-called Hall of Records, a mythical repository containing all the wisdom and history of the legendary Atlantis, which, he claimed, was located beneath the Sphinx. Of course, Cayce's claims have no scientific basis, but they became the catalyst that inspired a whole generation of researchers. Armed with the latest technology, scientists began literally scanning the ground around the monument. Ground-penetrating radar and seismic sensors did indeed detect various anomalies and strange structures underground. However, mainstream Egyptology offers a rather prosaic explanation. Most likely, these are either natural geological faults in the rock or long-known features, such as ancient tombs or drainage systems. To date, there is no scientific evidence to support the existence of a vast artificial chamber beneath the Sphinx similar to the one Cayce described. But the mysteries of the Giza Plateau don't end there. The interior of the Great Pyramid of Cheops is a veritable labyrinth, holding its own secrets. In addition to well-known chambers such as the King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, and the Grand Gallery, the pyramid is pierced by a complex system of descending and ascending corridors. Just imagine the King's Chamber. It is constructed entirely of massive granite monoliths, each weighing tens of tons. How the ancient builders managed to cut, transport, and arrange these gigantic blocks with such exquisite, almost inconceivable precision is a question that still evokes awe and wonder. And what about the so-called ventilation or star shafts, which lead in narrow channels from the king's and queen's chambers to the outer edges of the pyramid? They have long been the subject of heated debate. According to the generally accepted theory, they serve to provide air, or more poetically, were symbolic pathways through which the soul of the deceased pharaoh could ascend to the stars. But some researchers put forward far bolder hypotheses. They suggest that these narrow, perfectly straight channels could have been astronomical instruments for observing specific stars, or that their purpose was something entirely different beyond the funerary cult. Recent explorations using miniature robots sent deep into these shafts have added fuel to the fire. The robots encountered small stone doors or locking plates equipped with mysterious copper handles. These findings caused a sensation as they directly hinted at the existence of unexplored areas within the pyramid. Interest in searching for secret rooms and hidden passages has been rekindled. One of the key aspects of the great mystery of Giza is the very question of the pyramid's purpose. We're accustomed to thinking of them as royal tombs, but what if that's just the tip of the iceberg? While traditional Egyptology views them as monumental symbols of the pharaoh's power and divinity, alternative theories suggest viewing these structures from a completely different perspective. One of the most well-known and well-developed hypotheses belongs to engineer Christopher Dunn. He proposed that the Great Pyramid was not simply a tomb, but a gigantic machine, an ancient power plant, or some kind of energy generator. In his works, Dunn analyzes every aspect of this structure with the meticulousness of an engineer. Based on the pyramid's ultra-precise geometry, its internal architecture, and the choice of materials, he concludes that all these features create an ideal device for resonating and converting Earth's energy into microwave radiation. In his theory, the Grand Gallery is a giant resonator, the shafts are waveguides, and the Granite King's chamber is a powerful acoustic chamber. Despite all the technical elegance and detailed elaboration of this theory, it has one fatal flaw: a complete lack of direct archaeological evidence. Moreover, not a single known Egyptian text even hints at such energetic functions of the pyramids, casting serious doubt on the entire concept. Other alternative theories suggest that the pyramids may have served as gigantic astronomical observatories or stone calendars, given their perfect orientation to the cardinal directions. Their colossal size and complex internal layout have perplexed researchers. Some suggest that the pyramids served as landmarks or beacons for ancient travelers. Even more fantastical theories suggest that they were time capsules, repositories of ancient knowledge, or even part of a global energy grid, created by an unknown but highly advanced civilization of the past. These ideas are fueled by one crucial fact: the Great Pyramid, unlike many other pharaohs' tombs, was found virtually empty. Inside were neither mummies nor the countless treasures we've come to associate with the tombs of Egyptian rulers. Official Egyptology explains this very simply. The tomb was looted in ancient times. However, proponents of alternative views ask a reasonable question. What if there was nothing to loot? What if the Great Pyramid was originally destined for a completely different, far more mysterious fate? Classical Egyptology steadfastly rejects such ideas, relying on a wealth of archaeological and historical evidence. Scholars are certain that the pyramids were built during the 4th dynasty. Excavations have uncovered thousands of papyrus fragments, essentially diaries and reports from the builders, that detail the workers' daily lives, their diet, and their work organization. These priceless documents shed light on the logistics of this monumental construction project. Many of the stone blocks used to construct the pyramids bear quarry marks and even graffiti left by work crews, a kind of autograph of the ancient builders. Modern experimental archaeology is also attempting to recreate the methods of the ancient Egyptians, demonstrating that the construction of such gigantic structures was possible even with primitive technology, provided a colossal and well-organized workforce was available. However, academic researchers often dismiss alternative theories as unproven, pseudoscientific, or simply implausible. They are guided by Occam's razor, which states that the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. This means that preference is given to those versions that do not contradict existing historical and scientific knowledge. But despite the persuasiveness of traditional scientific arguments, the great mystery of Giza remains unsolved. The colossal size, astonishing precision, and incredible durability of the Great Pyramids and the Sphinx continue to evoke awe and bewilderment. By asking questions that transcend conventional understanding, we expand the boundaries of our knowledge. Too many mysteries remain. How exactly were the multi-ton blocks quarried and lifted? What does geological evidence suggest about the possible, much older age of the Sphinx? And finally, what is the true purpose of the Great Pyramid's enigmatic internal structure, which may have been more than just the final resting place of the pharaoh? Giza remains a focal point for all who believe our past holds secrets still waiting to be uncovered. The Great Pyramid is more than just a monument. It is a powerful symbol of the incredible abilities of ancient humans and, perhaps, a silent reminder that our modern understanding of their knowledge and capabilities may be far from complete. Now let's move from the scorching sands of Egypt to the quiet halls of ancient libraries. The history of cartography is traditionally viewed as a slow but steady progression, from primitive drawings on clay tablets to the highly detailed and accurate global maps of our time. Early maps, from ancient Babylonian cuneiform diagrams to Ptolemy's world map of the 2nd century AD, demonstrate an impressive but gradual advancement in mastery. In ancient times, knowledge of the world was based on 3 pillars: very limited personal observations, travelers' accounts, and astronomical calculations. A true breakthrough in global mapping is usually attributed to the Age of Discovery, which began in the 15th century. During this time, European navigators risked their lives to explore uncharted waters, gradually erasing blank spots from the world map and charting new continents. But cartography only received a truly powerful boost in the 18th century with the development of precise methods for determining longitude, particularly the marine chronometer. These innovations finally made it possible to create truly accurate maps of the world. Before these great achievements, it was considered absolutely impossible to create a map that would even approximately reflect the true contours of as yet unexplored continents, such as Antarctica. However, there is an entire category of ancient and medieval maps that challenges this conventional wisdom. These enigmatic artifacts appear to contain surprisingly detailed information about continents and geographic features that were either completely unknown at the time or were mapped with gross errors. Proponents of so-called forbidden archaeology claim that this may be direct evidence of the existence of ancient civilizations in the distant past that possessed extensive knowledge of the geography of the entire planet. It is believed that these maps are merely a faint echo, evidence of lost knowledge of global cartography, perhaps inherited from an unknown, highly developed civilization that has vanished into oblivion. Such maps are often viewed as copies of much older and more accurate originals. Any inaccuracies are attributed to errors inevitably made by copyists and cartographers during the process of repeated copying. One of the most famous and discussed maps of this kind is the Piri Reis map. It was discovered in 1929 in the library of Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. This remarkable document was compiled in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis. The surviving fragment of this map depicts parts of the west coast of Africa. Let's look at the east coast of South America, and then, most controversially, let's look at the landmass to the south, which many believe to be nothing other than the coastline of Antarctica. The most striking detail of this supposed depiction of the icy continent is that it appears to depict geographic features that are now hidden beneath kilometers of ice. Beneath this gigantic ice sheet lies a true mystery, a map that seems to scream that it was drawn before the continent completely sank into icy slumber. This fact pushes the date of the original map back at least 10 to 12,000 years, if not further. We are transported to a time when the last ice age was either just ending or still reigning supreme. In the 1960s, Charles Hapgood, a history professor, put forward a stunning hypothesis. He proposed that the Piri Reis map, like other mysterious ancient maps, was in fact based on original maps created by some highly advanced civilization that existed before the Ice Age, a civilization that possessed incredible skills in global mapping. He was convinced that the landmass visible on the map corresponded exactly to the Queen Maud Land region of Antarctica, and depicted details that could only have been seen at that distant moment, before the ice sheet had encased the continent or had already retreated. However, leading cartographers and geographers offer a whole arsenal of arguments against this fascinating theory. Regarding the Piri Reis map, they argue that the southern continent depicted on it is most likely not Antarctica at all. Rather, it is simply an extension of the coast of South America, which the cartographer depicted as curving sharply to the east. Such distortion was common on early maps, as accurately translating a sphere onto a flat surface was a Herculean task without reliable methods for measuring longitude. According to another, equally popular interpretation, this landmass could have been a hypothetical territory, the existence of which was theorized by many cartographers of the era. They believed that a vast continent must exist in the south to balance the land masses of the northern hemisphere. Such lands were often drawn on maps without any real knowledge, relying solely on philosophical or theoretical assumptions. Moreover, critics point out that the Piri Reis map contains monstrous distortions and inaccuracies regarding other well-known regions. For example, the Caribbean islands, and certain sections of the South American coast. These pervasive errors, they argue, do nothing to support the theory that it was copied from impeccably accurate ancient global maps. Although Piri Reis himself claimed to have used earlier sources, including maps from the time of Alexander the Great, mainstream historians are skeptical. They suggest that such sources were more likely older medieval or Islamic maps, rather than secret global atlases from the pre-Ice Age. Controversy also rages around the very idea of charts with accurate longitude. Early navigational charts often contained colossal errors in longitude due to the lack of reliable methods for calculating it on the high seas, a problem that wasn't resolved until the 15th century. Now let's move on to another artifact, often mentioned in the context of lost ancient knowledge. This is a map by Orontius Phineus, created in 1531. This map depicts a vast southern continent, remarkably reminiscent of modern Antarctica, complete with rivers and mountains. Dating back to the 15th century, this map reveals coastline features that directly hint at the existence of an ice-free continent. Proponents of the ancient civilization theory argue that it would have been absolutely impossible for a 15th century cartographer to create such a detailed depiction of ice-free Antarctica, with its inland river systems, without ancient, highly accurate source maps drawn in that distant era when the continent was not yet buried under a massive ice cap. This bold assumption pushes back the date of possible initial exploration by thousands upon thousands of years. However, a sober cartographic analysis of Orontius Phineus's map also points to alternative, more mundane explanations. The presence of a southern continent on maps of the era was part of the European cartographic tradition. It was a theoretical map of a hypothetical continent created to balance the lands of the northern hemisphere. And while the general outline may bear a superficial resemblance to Antarctica, specific internal details, such as rivers and mountains, appear completely fictitious. These data do not correspond in any way to known facts about the geology and geography of the southern continent, hidden beneath the ice. The location of this continent on the map relative to other landmasses also raises serious doubts. Mainstream scholars believe this map is nothing more than a product of the geographical theories of its time and the wild creative imagination of its creator. They suggest that its apparent accuracy is more likely a coincidence or a gross exaggeration than proof of the existence of a secret ancient survey. There is no independent evidence from the 15th century or earlier that would indicate that Phineus had access to such advanced geodetic data. Even more puzzling is the Zeno map, published in 1558 by Nicholas Zeno. It is believed to be based on voyages undertaken by his ancestors in the late 10th century. This map depicts parts of the North Atlantic, including lands such as Friesland, Estotiland, Greenland, and the mysterious land of Icaria, which some believe may be part of the southern continent. Some proponents of the alternative theory suggest that certain elements on Zeno's map, particularly the depictions of Greenland's coastline, may reflect the topography of lands currently hidden under ice. This, in turn, suggests that the study was conducted at a much earlier time, when Greenland was less ice-covered. However, traditional historical and cartographic studies largely regard Zeno's map as fiction, or a compilation based on confusing and highly inaccurate information. Friesland, so frequently mentioned on the map, is now widely considered a mythical island, a cartographic error that has been circulated from map to map for some time. The supposed resemblance to ice-free Greenland turns out to be superficial and doesn't stand up to detailed analysis. The map also contains numerous obvious inaccuracies and distortions in other areas that are completely at odds with modern understanding of the world. It is most likely based on earlier studies liberally laced with fantasy and, perhaps, deliberate exaggeration. Zeno's work was not an exact copy of an ancient source, but the result of his own creative explorations. Even the map of the renowned Flemish cartographer Gerardus Mercator, known for the projection used in his 1569 world map, was part of this process. Mercator's later maps sometimes depict a more detailed southern continent with rivers and coastal features evoking claims of discovering unknown lands. Alternative history proponents argue that Mercator, known for his meticulous scientific approach, also cited more ancient sources for his maps. This may indicate that he too may have drawn on ancient knowledge for his depictions of the southern continent, which are believed to have been created long before its official discovery and detailed mapping. However, traditional cartographers insist that Mercator's depictions of the southern continent are largely based on hypotheses. Like many of his contemporaries, Mercator was a proponent of the terra australis incognita theory, the unknown southern land, which posited that a vast landmass must exist in the southern hemisphere to maintain global equilibrium. Although Mercator was a genius of cartographic projection, his southern continent was merely a theoretical concept filled with imaginary objects and not the result of secret ancient exploration. The inaccuracies and speculative nature of his maps are entirely consistent with the geographical knowledge of the era. At the time, he relied on the knowledge and theoretical speculation available to him. There is no historical evidence that Mercator used any ancient, highly accurate global survey data. Proponents of forbidden archaeology claim that these anomalous ancient maps are not original works created at the dates indicated on them. They are merely imperfect copies of much older, highly accurate maps. They believe these original maps were created by a technologically advanced pre-glacial civilization that possessed the means for global geodesy and precise mapping, possibly using methods unknown to us today. According to these theories, the knowledge of this vanished civilization was passed down through the ages, perhaps through great ancient libraries like the Alexandrian, obscure texts, or secret societies, and eventually ended up in the hands of Renaissance researchers. Cartographers of the time, copying ancient maps, made errors and introduced distortions along the way. The supposed accuracy of some details, such as the ice-free Antarctica, is explained by the existence of authentic remains of ancient originals. Meanwhile, general inaccuracies on the maps can be attributed to the deterioration of information due to repeated copying. The traditional history of cartography offers a completely different explanation. It paints a picture of the gradual, step-by-step development of global mapping. This history emphasizes the slow but steady improvement of surveying instruments. Let's travel back in time, to a time when our world was still a vast blank spot on maps. Navigation in those days was an art based on the simplest instruments and courage. Seafarers relied on primitive compasses and astrolabes, and determining longitude remained the greatest mystery, a true curse for captains, a problem solved only by the invention of an accurate chronometer. Ancient maps were more works of art and philosophy than precise scientific documents. Cartographers took the actual contours of coastlines sketched by intrepid explorers and boldly filled the gaps with conjecture and mythical lands. Imagine these parchments. On them, the known contours of the continents flowed into realms born of the imagination. For centuries, geographers were captivated by the idea of a gigantic, unknown southern land, a concept known as terra australis incognita. Many learned men believed that, for universal harmony, there must be a vast continent in the south, balancing the known land masses in the north. But even without these fantasies, the distortions on early maps were colossal and inevitable. Accurate longitude data was simply absent. Added to all this were imperfect surveying instruments and the fundamental difficulty of translating the three-dimensional sphere of our planet onto a flat sheet of paper. Sometimes nature itself played cruel tricks on explorers. Misinterpretations of what they saw, whether giant ice shelves or distant, barely discernible islands, could create non-existent lands on a map or monstrously exaggerate the size of already known territories. Nor should we discount the creative impulse of cartographers, their desire to create a holistic, complete picture of the world, even if based on hypotheses. All of this had a profound impact on how unexplored corners of the planet were depicted. While the possibilities of cartography are truly limitless, there are serious objections to the theory that civilizations existed before the Ice Age capable of creating maps with astonishing accuracy. To date, scholars have not come across a single authentic ancient map that would support this bold hypothesis. Moreover, a detailed study of famous maps, such as those attributed to Piri Reis, reveals that their general inaccuracies, gross errors, and fantastical distortions far outweigh the rare fragments that can be considered vaguely accurate. When all the facts are analyzed, the conclusion is obvious. Simple and logical explanations seem far more likely. Random coincidences, bold guesses by cartographers, or simply misinterpretations of the data they had. These versions are far more convincing than the beautiful legend of some highly developed global civilization of cartographers that vanished without a trace. Consider this: if such a culture truly existed, we would expect to find a wealth of other archaeological evidence of its greatness. Complex technologies, tools, structures, traces of its presence should have been found on every continent. However, the archaeological record studied by mainstream science is stubbornly silent. Such evidence simply does not exist. The very idea that highly accurate knowledge could have been passed down from generation to generation for millennia by blindly copying maps, without any understanding of the underlying technologies, seems highly dubious. Currently, the scientific community agrees. While these ancient maps are fascinating historical artifacts, they cannot serve as compelling evidence of the existence, in ancient times, of an unknown civilization that once possessed the secrets of mapping the entire world. The accepted picture of human history today describes our development as a progression from simplicity to complexity. This applies to both technology and biology. Everything is subject to a strict chronology. Stone tools invariably precede metal ones, primitive cave paintings appear before complex works of art, and in the geological record, simple organisms are always found in older strata than complex ones. But what if this orderly order is sometimes disrupted? There are archaeological and paleontological finds that seem to directly contradict this logic. These mysterious objects are known as out-of-place artifacts. What are they? Imagine an object discovered in a geological or archaeological layer that completely challenges our understanding of the technological capabilities of that era. These anomalous finds seem to suggest that intelligent beings, perhaps our distant ancestors, may have possessed incredibly advanced knowledge and technology at a time when, by all scientific standards, such a thing was utterly impossible. Another troubling thought arises. What if some life forms appeared on Earth much earlier than we are accustomed to thinking? Such discoveries challenge the very idea of gradual and inexorable progress. There are objects that literally scream of high technology in ancient times or among peoples we consider primitive. Some of them indicate that humans or their hominid ancestors may have appeared on the planet long before the generally accepted time. And then there are artifacts that simply don't fit into any known natural process and were undoubtedly created by someone's hands. Of course, some of these finds can be explained by quite prosaic reasons. Clever hoaxes, trivial misidentifications, or traces of modern-day interference. However, others continue to be the subject of heated debate, forcing us to expand the boundaries of our understanding of what was possible in the distant past. In the world of technology, there are mysteries that go far beyond the already known Antikythera mechanism or the Baghdad battery, with their astonishing mechanical and electrical properties. One such case is the so-called Koso artifact, discovered in 1961. It was a story that only grew more mysterious with time. Near Olancha, California, an object strikingly resembling a car spark plug was found. The most incredible thing was that it was located inside a geode, originally estimated to be 500,000 years old. This discovery was a bombshell. Could high technology really have existed hundreds of thousands or even millions of years ago? However, subsequent careful analysis by reputable geologists and archaeologists dispelled this beautiful fairy tale. It turned out that the geode was actually a clot of rapidly forming iron oxide, or simply put, rust. The mysterious object itself was nothing more than an ordinary spark plug from the early 20th century, most likely simply lost by a miner or traveler. The clot of rust and minerals simply formed very quickly around the spark plug, creating the astonishing illusion of ancient times. This case became a textbook example of the importance of a rigorous scientific approach to dating and analyzing the context of a find. Another famous story is the so-called Dorchester pot. In 1852, after blasting a quarry near Dorchester, Massachusetts, workers discovered a bell-shaped metal vessel in a rock fragment. The rock was said to be hundreds of millions of years old. If confirmed, it would have been a major sensation, proof that metalworking existed long before even dinosaurs, let alone humans, appeared on Earth. However, like many other similar finds, the story of the Dorchester pot lacks the most important thing: sufficient scientific confirmation and context. No serious geological or archaeological studies have been conducted. No one has been able to confirm either the location where it was found or the age of the surrounding rock. It's entirely possible that it was simply a piece of coal or a rapidly formed mineral concretion containing a modern object, a scenario very similar to other similar cases. Without reliable evidence, this find remains an unsolved anomaly, a historical curiosity. From time to time, waves of reports of iron screws discovered in ancient geological layers sweep across the world. In Russia, for example, a supposedly ancient screw was found, claimed to be millions of years old. Such finds, like the aforementioned iron pot buried in coal or the famous London hammer, evoke skepticism among professional geologists and archaeologists, as none have been independently scientifically verified. The simplest and most logical explanation is that all these objects are ordinary modern screws, nails, or tools. They simply fell into cracks in rocks or coal seams, and then, over the years, became covered by natural mineral deposits, creating the illusion of their incredible antiquity. But there are other mysteries that puzzle historians not because of their age, but because they remain completely incomprehensible. Take a look at the Roman dodecahedrons. These small, hollow objects, made of bronze or stone, are a true puzzle. They have 12 flat pentagonal faces, each pierced with a round hole of varying diameter, and small knobs protrude from the corners. Dozens of these enigmatic objects have been found at Roman sites across Europe, dating back to the 1st centuries AD. There's no doubt they were created in the Roman Empire, but their purpose remains a complete mystery. There are many hypotheses. Some suggest they were measuring instruments, others that they were dice, and still others that they were candlesticks or simply decorative elements. But none of these theories has received convincing evidence or widespread acceptance. This makes us wonder, how well do we understand the life and technology of the ancient Romans? What practical need could have driven them to create such strange and complex objects? Although we know who made them and when, their true purpose seems forever lost to time. Yet, one of the most incredible artifacts discovered in modern history is the Nebra sky disk. Discovered by underground miners in Germany in 1999, this bronze disk, approximately 3,600 years old, has forced scientists to rethink their understanding of ancient astronomy. It is decorated with solid gold appliques depicting the sun, moon, and stars, including the recognizable Pleiades cluster. Modern archaeology recognizes that the disk likely also marks the solstices. While its technological creation is not particularly advanced for the Bronze Age, the sheer detail of its astronomical images indicates an incredibly profound understanding of the movements of celestial bodies. This artifact is direct evidence that Bronze Age people viewed the stars with a knowledge and understanding previously unimaginable. For a long time, the prevailing scientific belief was that only advanced, later cultures were capable of complex astronomical calculations and possessed sacred knowledge of the cosmos. However, what if this view is wrong? A bold hypothesis is emerging. Perhaps profound knowledge of the stars and planets was also available to ancient civilizations. Imagine, Without telescopes or modern instruments, only through incredible observation and perseverance passed down from generation to generation, were ancient people able to comprehend the secrets of the universe. But if we step away from the mysteries of space and look beneath our feet, deep within the Earth's rock, we encounter no less intriguing controversies. These are the strange, almost impossible remains of ancient humans, or, as scientists call them, hominids. Take, for example, the so-called Malacca man, whose bones were discovered in France. This discovery has divided the scientific world. Some researchers see him as our direct ancestor, while others insist he represents an entirely different, dead-end branch of evolution. Even more incredible are reports of fossilized human skeletons found in tertiary rocks, dating back tens of millions of years. If this were true, the entire chronology of human evolution would collapse. This would mean that our ancestors appeared on the planet entire eons earlier than we are accustomed to believing. However, mainstream paleontology and anthropology view such claims with great skepticism. And for good reason. More often than not, the sensational claims are unsupported by any reliable evidence. Detailed excavation documentation is lacking, and upon closer examination, the finds themselves turn out to be animal bones that were incorrectly identified. Frequently, the geological context is misinterpreted, or the entire story turns out to be a hoax created for fame or profit. These same mysteries also include stories of abnormally large human skeletons or gigantic footprints imprinted in the Earth's most ancient strata. For centuries, these finds have fueled legends of giants who once inhabited our world. But, alas, they almost always fail scientific scrutiny and are considered fakes. Some researchers suggest that footprints strikingly similar to those of enormous humans are in fact merely a freak of nature, the result of geological processes or mineralogy of the rock, which our brain mistakenly perceives as familiar shapes. The fossil record, alas, is silent. It contains not a single piece of reliable evidence confirming the existence of such creatures. Let's travel even further back in time, to the Precambrian era, long before the famous Cambrian explosion that sparked the rapid development of complex multicellular life some 540 million years ago. There are theories that spores and complex microorganisms have been discovered in incredibly ancient rocks. Although conventional science continually pushes the threshold for the origin of life further back in time, reports of complex microbes in layers billions of years old legitimately baffle scientists. Most often, such discoveries have a simple explanation. The samples were contaminated with modern microorganisms, bizarrely shaped mineral formations were mistaken for living organisms, or the life forms discovered were actually extremely primitive. Nevertheless, these discoveries continue to excite the imagination, painting a picture of an ancient world where complex life could have emerged billions of years ahead of schedule. Sometimes, nature itself creates illusions that can deceive even the most inquisitive mind. Some geological formations appear so perfect and man-made that their natural origin is almost impossible to believe. A striking example is the Giant's Causeway in Northern Ireland. This natural wonder, recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, consists of tens of thousands of perfectly aligned basalt columns, most of which are perfectly hexagonal. They form a kind of gigantic pavement or steps, descending directly into the cold waters of the ocean. It seems like the creation of some ancient Titan civilization, but in fact, it is a well-studied natural phenomenon. Millions of years ago, flows of hot volcanic lava rapidly cooled, and as they hardened, the basalt cracked, forming these amazingly symmetrical polygonal structures. The Giant's Causeway is clear proof of how blind geological forces can create patterns that our brain perceives as the work of the mind. Another common example are so-called concretions. These are dense clumps of minerals that form within sedimentary rocks. They can take a wide variety of shapes, sometimes remarkably regular ones. Perfect spheres, like the famous Klerksdorp spheres, discs, and other figures that are easily mistaken for man-made artifacts. The surface of such concretions is often smooth and even, as if polished, which only enhances the illusion of artificial processing, especially when they are found in geological strata millions of years old. Geodes and certain metal spheres formed deep within the Earth can also be considered such natural illusions. The very existence of such out-of-place artifacts challenges fundamental scientific principles, particularly the idea of a linear and sequential evolution of technology and biological species. Assuming these objects are genuine, it means that highly advanced civilizations, of which we know nothing, may have existed in the deep past. This would require not just a revision of individual chapters of history, but a complete rewrite of the entire chronology of life on Earth. These puzzling finds compel us to consider, what if the history of our planet is not a systematic ascent from simplicity to complexity? Perhaps Earth experienced periods of incredible technological or biological flourishing, which were then interrupted for some reason, leaving behind only these scattered, mysterious traces. Science, however, offers more mundane explanations. One of the most common causes of such anomalies is a simple misidentification. Natural formations can be mistaken for artificial due to pareidolia, our psychological tendency to see familiar images, such as faces or figures in random shapes. People see things that aren't there, misunderstanding the nature of geological processes. A second reason is a misidentification of age or geological context. An artifact may be found alongside ancient rocks, but in fact belong to a much younger layer that has blended with the older one over time. A third, and very common, reason is forgery. History knows many examples of artifacts created for fame, money, or to promote certain ideologies. Fourth, modern objects sometimes find their way into ancient layers through cracks in the rock, animal burrows, or human activity, such as mining. Finally, sometimes what appears to us to be the product of high technology is actually the result of the incredible manual labor, skill, and boundless patience of ancient people, whose abilities we often underestimate. Furthermore, many of these sensational finds have never been subjected to proper scientific study and lack proper documentation. This makes any verification of their authenticity impossible. The scientific method requires rigorous and irrefutable evidence. A single anomalous artifact, no matter how intriguing, cannot overturn a scientific paradigm built on thousands of other facts. Science is built on reproducible results, evidence from multiple independent sources, and a deep understanding of the context. Of course, some anomalies, such as the famous Antikythera mechanism, eventually find their place in history as truly remarkable, albeit exceptional, achievements of their era. But the vast majority of others remain either unconfirmed or are explained away as natural phenomena or human error. It is crucial to be able to distinguish genuine scientific anomalies, which advance science, from debunked fakes. These mysteries remind us of the need to maintain scientific rigor, critical thinking, and rely only on verified facts to uncover the true history of our planet. Since time immemorial, humans have gazed at the sky. From ancient nomadic tribes who navigated by the movements of the sun and moon to the first farmers whose lives depended entirely on celestial cycles determining the timing of sowing and harvesting. Observation of the cosmos was woven into the very fabric of human existence. Ancient societies are believed to have developed complex systems of timekeeping, created calendars, and mastered navigation. They possessed phenomenal powers of observation and tracked the movements of celestial bodies for generations. However, their knowledge was primarily empirical, based on experience and repeated observations, rather than on a theoretical understanding of cosmic mechanics. The sun, moon, and stars were perceived as deities, and their path across the sky a sacred dance, full of symbols and signs. But the concept of so-called forbidden archaeology suggests that some ancient structures or texts may conceal a much deeper understanding of astronomy, extending far beyond practical needs. And here, the main question arises: what if our ancestors possessed not just observation, but genuine theoretical knowledge about the universe? What if there's more than just ritual behind these grand stone structures? What if their perfect alignment, their complex systems, reflected a profound understanding of long, centuries-long astronomical cycles? Just think, accumulating such knowledge would require thousands of years of meticulous, continuous observation of the stars. Or perhaps they are the legacy of some ancient, long-lost civilization. Or perhaps they were acquired in some other, more astonishing way. This cosmic connection takes us far beyond simple earthly perception, hinting at a deeper, perhaps long-forgotten, scientific perspective on the workings of the universe. At the very center of this grand investigation are ancient megalithic observatories and their enigmatic landmarks. Let's travel to England, where a titan of the prehistoric world rises in the middle of a plain, Stonehenge. This monument wasn't built in a single massive construction, but rather over several long periods, some 5,000 to 3,500 years ago. It serves as a striking example of how ancient civilizations could use their knowledge of astronomy to their own ends. Stonehenge is renowned throughout the world for its unique landmarks, which directly link it to the sunrise on the summer solstice. Imagine this scene. You stand in the very heart of this stone giant, and on the summer solstice, a true celestial spectacle unfolds before you. The sun's disk, slowly rising over the horizon, rises in perfect alignment directly above the heelstone. But that's not all. There are other landmarks that point to the sunset on the winter solstice. Some scientists go further and put forward bold theories. They believe that these and other, more complex alignments associated with lunar cycles and other celestial events indicate an incredibly profound understanding of the movement of celestial bodies, an understanding that goes far beyond simple observation. Some researchers even argue that the very layout of Stonehenge allowed its creators to predict eclipses and other complex astronomical phenomena. This, in turn, implies a level of knowledge of celestial mechanics that we thought was simply unattainable in the Neolithic and Bronze Ages. However, traditional archaeology offers a more restrained interpretation. According to it, Stonehenge was undoubtedly a sacred site, a sanctuary, but its purpose was not limited to astronomy alone. It was both a calendar and a site for important ceremonies, albeit with astronomical overtones. Achieving such alignment didn't require profound theoretical knowledge. Observing the extreme points of sunrise and sunset of the sun and moon over many generations was sufficient. This would have been sufficient for the builders to accurately orient their structures without resorting to complex mathematical calculations or an understanding of planetary orbits. Many of the supposed complex lunar or stellar alignments at Stonehenge have been subjected to careful analysis, and often they have proven either to be coincidental or insufficiently precise to serve as evidence of deliberate astronomical design beyond basic solar events. Today, most scholars agree that Stonehenge's primary function was ritual and ceremonial, but closely intertwined with astronomy. Celestial observations served practical purposes, for example, helping to determine the changing seasons for agricultural work or the dates of religious festivals. Now let's travel to Ireland, home to Newgrange, an ancient passage tomb built around the same time as Stonehenge. It also exhibits astonishing astronomical properties, such as its connection to specific lunar positions. This incredible structure was erected around 5,200 years ago. A long gallery leads the visitor to the central burial chamber. And then, on the shortest day of the year, the winter solstice, a true miracle occurs. With the first rays of dawn, a thin but bright beam of light breaks through a special opening above the entrance, slowly creeps along the long corridor, and for a few precious minutes floods the very heart of the burial chamber with light. Some researchers see this precise engineering solution, created for a single celestial event, as direct evidence of the sophisticated planning and profound astronomical knowledge of the ancients. On this point, traditional archaeology fully agrees that this was done intentionally. It views Newgrange as an outstanding example of Neolithic engineering and observation. This suggests that the ancient builders possessed the skills and knowledge that allowed them to align massive structures with incredible precision. Their ritual structures were directly linked to the most important celestial phenomena, attesting to meticulous observation and masterful construction. However, the mere creation of such structures does not always indicate advanced scientific knowledge in the modern sense. Rather, it speaks to practical observation of the heavens and a passionate desire to connect earthly structures with celestial events. Our journey continues in France to a place called Karnak. Here lies a vast field of megaliths arranged in long rows. Their age is astonishing, between 6,000 and 4,500 years. In the mid-20th century, some researchers, such as engineering professor Alexandre Thom, put forward a truly revolutionary hypothesis. He proposed that these stone alleys actually formed a vast and complex astronomical observatory, an observatory capable of tracking the cycles of the moon and the sun with exquisite precision, including such a complex phenomenon as the 19-year lunar standstill cycle. He was convinced that the arrangement of these stones encoded profound geometric and astronomical knowledge. However, leading archaeologists and astronomers have been highly critical of these claims. They emphasize that many of the supposed alignments could simply be coincidental. Imagine this: thousands of enormous stones arranged in endless rows. At such a colossal scale, skeptics argue, some random coincidences and alignments are simply inevitable. Proving that all of these arrangements were created with a specific astronomical purpose is incredibly difficult. Some apparent patterns could be explained by natural features of the landscape or simply the sheer scale of the stone rows. And while the Karnak complex certainly served ceremonial and possibly calendrical functions, there is still insufficient convincing evidence that it was a high-precision astronomical observatory, based on deep theoretical understanding for universal acceptance. But let's look even deeper into the past, into the very heart of the Sahara Desert. Here, at Nabta Playa in Egypt, we find evidence that is even older, approximately 7,500 years old. Ancient herders erected a megalithic circle and other stone structures here. Some of these stones are aligned with the summer solstice sunrise, while others point to specific stars, such as Sirius. Proponents of alternative theories see this as evidence of the advanced astronomical knowledge possessed by desert dwellers long before the rise of the great pharaonic civilization. Mainstream archaeology, for its part, considers Nabta Playa a crucial discovery, as it is one of the earliest known astronomical calendars in the world. It clearly demonstrates that even early pastoral societies had a deep understanding of seasonal cycles and used celestial cues to manage their herds and resources. This calendar is an outstanding example of early timekeeping and the enormous cultural advancement of that era. However, it does not necessarily confirm the existence of advanced celestial mechanics as we understand it today. Ancient calendar systems are often cited as evidence of cosmic interconnections and a profound understanding of time. The calendar of the Mayan civilization of Mesoamerica is a prime example. The Maya created not one, but several interconnected calendars. Among them were the Tzolk'in, a ritual calendar of 260 days, the Hab, a civil calendar of 365 days, and the Long Count calendar, which allowed them to track vast periods of time. Mayan astronomical tables were remarkably accurate. This allowed them to predict lunar and solar eclipses, as well as the cycles of the planet Venus, with a high degree of certainty. Some scholars insist that the incredible precision of the Mayan calendar and their ability to predict long-term cycles indicate a highly developed mathematical and astronomical skill. The completion of a major cycle of their long count calendar in 2012 even sparked a widespread misconception about the impending end of the world. In reality, however, it was merely the end of another calendar period, similar to the end of a century or millennium in our own time. The traditional interpretation of Mayan astronomy fully acknowledges its exceptional complexity. This civilization developed a vigesimal number system and introduced the concept of zero, which paved the way for sophisticated mathematical calculations. Their incredible achievements in astronomy were the result of centuries of observation and meticulous records kept by dedicated priests and scientists. They did not require telescopes or a modern understanding of planetary orbits. Their knowledge was empirical, based on patterns they observed generation after generation. This is what allowed them to predict cycles with such astonishing accuracy. And while this may seem astonishing, it all fits perfectly within the context of a highly advanced civilization that devoted enormous attention to astronomy for both religious and agricultural purposes. The ancient Egyptians also demonstrated a profound understanding of astronomical cycles. This was particularly evident in their civil calendar, which was based on the heliacal rising of the star Sirius, known as the Dog Star. This heliacal rising of Sirius, its first appearance in the morning sky after a period of invisibility, occurred just before the annual flooding of the Nile. This event was of colossal importance for both Egyptian agriculture and religious holidays. The Egyptian civil calendar consisted of 365 days, but because it did not account for the extra quarter of a day required for the Earth to orbit the Sun, it gradually became out of sync with the actual solar year. And here's where things get interesting. For their civil calendar to perfectly align with the appearance of Sirius again, nearly 1,500 years had to pass, 1,460 to be precise. This monumental period of time is known as the Sothis cycle. Some researchers believe that the ancient Egyptians' knowledge of such a long cycle testifies to an incredibly advanced level of long-term observation and understanding of time. However, traditional Egyptology views the Sothic cycle simply as an observable phenomenon that the Egyptians were able to record. Imagine the history of our planet not as a slow and predictable march of evolution, but as a series of colossal, fiery catastrophes. It is in this realm of bold ideas, at the very edge of science, that an alternative view of our past exists. This approach is unafraid to delve into the darkest and most controversial corners of history, allowing for the possibility of the intervention of unknown forces or the existence of abilities in ancient humans that seem utterly fantastic to us today. Let's look at official history as a perfectly constructed map. But what if this map contains blank spots, anomalies that don't fit into the overall picture? For so-called forbidden archaeology, these oddities aren't just random errors or exceptions to the rule. No, they're crucial clues, road signs pointing to an entirely different, far more complex and grandiose reality of the past. While classical scholarship seeks only to carefully supplement and refine existing chronological tables, its shadow counterpart is ready to upend the entire board, or at least force us to rewrite the most important chapters. Archaeology, like any other science, requires a foundation, points of reference, and generally accepted milestones. But let's not forget that even the most rigorous scientists live in a world saturated with cultural codes, beliefs, and ancient legends. Almost every people in the world retains their own creation myths, their own epic tales, which often differ strikingly from dry scientific facts. Let's transport ourselves for a moment to the hearth of an ancient tribe. Here, in the glow of the fire, stories are passed from mouth to mouth. Stories of giants whose footsteps shook the earth, of a global flood that cleansed the world, and of glorious civilizations lost in time, submerged under water or sand. Classical scholarship sees these tales as mere metaphors, symbolic narratives of the fears and hopes of the ancients. But an alternative approach asks, what if these are not fairy tales? What if these are fragments of real, forgotten history? These researchers are willing to search for physical evidence that could confirm ancient legends. They proceed from the assumption that these myths, like amber, contain nuggets of true events that we have simply forgotten over time. It is precisely this willingness to perceive ancient legends as potential historical records that creates a profound gulf between them and the skeptical, fact-demanding approach of traditional science. Alternative archaeology searches the whispers of the centuries for clues to the greatest mysteries of our past. Long before the first written document appeared, in ancient times, humanity achieved incredible technological advances but also faced monstrous challenges. Some archaeological discoveries that are the subject of controversy today carry the potential to become a true scientific earthquake. Just imagine for a second, what if the existence of a highly advanced civilization, say 30 or 40,000 years ago, were irrefutably proven? This wouldn't just require rewriting a couple of textbooks, it would require a complete overhaul of our entire understanding of history, geology, and human development itself. Such a scientific revolution would be a true catastrophe for the established academic world. It could destroy the careers of thousands of scientists and completely alter our understanding of human capabilities, the paths of technological progress, and perhaps even our loneliness in the universe. Given such enormous implications, it becomes clear why the burden of proof for forbidden archaeology lies like dead weight. It's not enough to present a single mysterious artifact that stands out from the overall picture. No, a whole array of compelling, interconnected evidence must be presented that cannot be explained by current scientific models. And because of this incredibly high bar, many truly intriguing hypotheses never get a chance to be accepted by the scientific community. At its core, alternative archaeology challenges the very time frames we've established for human civilization. It points to artifacts and structures that, like ghosts from another time, challenge our familiar worldview. This conflict exposes profound differences in methods and, more importantly, in the very interpretation of facts between those who adhere to accepted scientific doctrine and those who believe that a vast portion of our past is either deliberately concealed or simply profoundly misunderstood. This debate forces us to take a broader view of what might have happened in distant eras. It urges us not to dismiss evidence that may seem inconvenient to existing theories, for it is precisely this evidence that can open the door to a new understanding of the long and incredibly complex history of humanity on this planet. This field of research doesn't always provide clear and concise answers, but it relentlessly erodes the monolith of our historical complacency. It expands the horizons of what we think we know about ourselves and our origins. And this isn't about opposing science per se. It's about asking questions. Have all avenues been explored? All. Have we discarded avenues that led to uncomfortable conclusions about a linear and gradual human development? In these two approaches to studying the past, even the very concept of what constitutes fact and what constitutes fiction can be diametrically opposed. Imagine a traditional archaeologist's laboratory. Its foundation is a vast amount of carefully verified and re-verified data. For example, the age of ancient remains is determined using a whole arsenal of methods, and their position in geological strata is repeatedly confirmed. The anatomy of fossils is compared with vast databases of known species to eliminate the slightest possibility of error or bias. But in the world of forbidden archaeology, evidence can be quite different. Here, eyewitness accounts, unverifiable stories, or artifacts whose origins and dating are hotly debated may be used. Ancient texts that academic scholars consider allegories or myths may be perceived as straightforward technical descriptions or historical chronicles. Forbidden archaeology is willing to believe in the literal existence of advanced technology or lost knowledge in ancient times, as, for example, in the case of the mystery of the Olmecs, the first great civilization of Mesoamerica. This fundamental difference in perception of what constitutes evidence creates a wall of misunderstanding between the two camps of researchers. The education and experience of scientists also play a colossal role here. Let's take a look inside university classrooms. Traditional archaeologists undergo years of training, studying complex theories, refined methods, and strict professional standards. They are taught to stand on the shoulders of giants, draw on existing knowledge, and make their own, however small, contribution to the overall structure of history. Now let's look at proponents of alternative views. These can be people from a wide variety of professions, often without formal training in this field. And this is precisely what leads to harsh criticism from the academic world, which accuses them of amateurism, unscientific approaches, and excessive speculation. In response, counter-accusations are raised. Proponents of forbidden archaeology argue that official science is too rigid, afraid of new ideas, and fiercely defends its status quo, preventing it from objectively examining controversial facts. As a result, we are witnessing a genuine cultural schism in the dialogue about humanity's past, where finding mutual respect and common ground is becoming almost impossible. Public opinion and popular culture add fuel to this fire. Imagine flashy book covers, gripping documentaries, and viral internet videos. All of these often fuel interest in sensational theories about lost cities and ancient mysteries. On the one hand, this attracts the general public to history and archaeology. But on the other, such popularity blurs the line between genuine scientific inquiry and outright speculation. Public opinion is formed that is far from always based on real facts. Scientists have to spend countless hours debunking popular myths, further widening the gap between science and society. This hinders the spread of information about truly anomalous, yet scientifically substantiated, discoveries. Popularization is a double-edged sword. It increases interest, but at the same time, it creates an environment where sensationalism easily drowns out quiet, painstaking research. Ultimately, the very existence of forbidden archaeology vividly underscores one important truth. Scientific progress is not a smooth road, but a thorny and contentious one. Science is not a rigid set of laws, but an eternal process of new questions, observations, and constant rethinking. And while traditional archaeology provides us with a solid, consistent foundation for understanding the past, the challenges posed by alternative perspectives serve as a powerful catalyst for fresh ideas and unexpected discoveries. All of this reminds us that our knowledge of the world is always incomplete. It forces us to remain open to possibilities that may seem pure fantasy to us today. It inspires us to seek out new facts that don't fit into conventional frameworks. The debate between these seemingly irreconcilable points of view is crucial to our understanding of ourselves. It compels scientists to continually test their theories, seek out new data, and perhaps one day change our understanding of the incredibly long and complex history of humanity on Earth. This ongoing, sometimes intense dialogue is a vital part of our shared quest for historical truth. The methods used by both sides only highlight the depth of this gap. Let's descend into the excavation with a traditional archaeologist. Their work is a jeweler's precision, meticulous uncovering of cultural layers, meticulous study of stratigraphy, the sequence of rock occurrences, and rigorous classification of each discovered shard. Their arsenal includes a wide range of scientific dating methods: radiocarbon analysis, potassium-argon dating, and dendrochronology. All these approaches allow for the age and context of any find to be determined with high accuracy and the ability to be verified. And when interpreting the data, Occam's razor always prevails. The simplest explanation consistent with all the available evidence is always chosen. This is why the conclusions of official science are often conservative. At the same time, alternative archaeology can call into question the very reliability of these dating methods, especially if their results contradict its bold hypotheses. She focuses her attention not on the overall picture, but on those very anomalies, on isolated finds that stand out from the orderly row. To unravel these mysteries, ancient civilizations required more than just a glance at the night sky. They required decades, even centuries, of meticulous record-keeping. It was precisely through this long-term chronicling that they were able to uncover the complex celestial cycles. Their calendars were more than just a way to count the days. They were crucial tools for survival, guiding agricultural work and religious rituals. All of this was inextricably linked to astronomy, a science that, in those days, served not so much theory as rigorous practice. This astonishing astronomical knowledge rested on a foundation of meticulous observations, carried out generation after generation over centuries. They learned not just to observe, but also to predict cosmic cycles, creating their own theoretical models. And perhaps one of the most controversial and provocative claims about the ancients' cosmic knowledge concerns the mysterious process of precession. Imagine our planet as a giant spinning top. Precession is an extremely slow, almost imperceptible wobble of the Earth's axis, much like the slowing of a spinning toy spun by a child's hand. This immense movement causes a smooth shift in the apparent positions of the stars on the days of the spring and autumn equinoxes. This entire colossal cycle takes an incredible amount of time, approximately 25,120 years. Because of this cosmic dance, the astrological sign under which the sun rises on the day of the spring equinox changes approximately every 2,060 years. Official science credits the discovery of precession to the ancient Greek astronomer Hipparchus, who lived in the 2nd century BC. He is believed to have made his breakthrough by comparing the star catalogues of his time with those compiled several centuries earlier. However, proponents of the theory of some hidden ancient wisdom claim that hints of knowledge about precession can be found in much older sources. They see traces of it in the Vedic scriptures of India, in the mysterious iconography of ancient Egypt, and in the texts of the Mayan civilization. This leads us to a shocking hypothesis. Either these cultures conducted continuous astronomical observations for millennia, or, even more improbably, they inherited this knowledge from a much older, long-vanished civilization. Plato's concept of the Great Year, a cosmic cycle whose duration strikingly coincides with the cycle of precession, is sometimes cited as indirect evidence. However, academic circles, astronomers, and historians vehemently dispute the very idea that ancient civilizations could have known about precession before Hipparchus. They insist that any supposed references to this phenomenon in ancient texts are either poetic or allegorical, or can be explained by entirely different, more mundane reasons. Some scholars suggest that ancient sages may have observed the effects of precession but not understood its essence, for example, by comparing it with other astronomical events or simply noting how slowly the positions of constellations in the sky change over shorter periods of time. It's important to understand there isn't a single ancient text that clearly and thoroughly describes this complex scientific phenomenon. Hipparchus's discovery itself was the culmination of painstaking titanic work, comparing the most detailed star charts separated by centuries. It was a classic scientific breakthrough based on empirical data and the gradual accumulation of knowledge, not a sudden insight inherited from mythical ancestors. Let's now move from the shores of the Mediterranean to the heart of West Africa. Here, in the Republic of Mali, lives the Dogon tribe, another example often cited in debates about cosmic connections. Beginning in the 1930s, French anthropologists Marcel Griol and Germain Dieterlen began publishing shocking reports. They claimed that the Dogon had long possessed incredibly accurate knowledge of the star Sirius B, a tiny white dwarf completely invisible to the naked eye. Moreover, Dogon mythology allegedly described its orbital period around the main star, Sirius A, as being approximately 50 years. As if that weren't enough, their legends allegedly also mentioned another, even tiny companion star to Sirius B. For proponents of theories that go beyond conventional science, from alternative archaeology to hypotheses about ancient astronauts, this was a real sensation. They claim that such knowledge could not have been obtained naturally without the aid of modern, powerful telescopes. This, in turn, can only indicate one of two things: either contact with an extraterrestrial civilization in the distant past, which shared this knowledge, or this wisdom was inherited from a proto-civilization possessing advanced astronomical technologies. However, traditional anthropology and archaeology are slow to jump to conclusions. Moreover, subsequent verification and astronomical data have largely refuted these sensational claims. Critics offer a much simpler explanation. The Dogon's knowledge of Sirius B was most likely inadvertently introduced by Western anthropologists during their interviews with the tribe in the 20th century. The Dogon, open to new information, may have simply woven new surprising facts about Sirius B, which was at that time the subject of intense scientific interest in the West, into their ancient oral traditions. Another possibility is that the anthropologists themselves, fascinated by their idea, may have unwittingly interpreted Dogon cosmology to suit their preconceptions. In any case, there is no independent confirmation that the Dogon knew of the invisible star before their contact with Europeans. Their traditional cosmology is certainly rich and complex, but it does not contain verifiable scientific data about stars that can only be seen through the eyepiece of a telescope. Now let's turn our gaze to the sands of Egypt, to the greatest monuments of antiquity. Some researchers believe another cosmic connection is hidden here, in the precise location of the pyramids at Giza. In addition to their near-perfect orientation to the cardinal points, which in itself speaks to the highest level of geodetic work, there is the so-called Orion correlation theory. Its author, Robert Bauval, proposed that the relative positions of the three main pyramids of the Giza Plateau, Khufu, Khafra, and Menkaure, precisely reflect the positions of the three stars of Orion's belt. Bauval goes even further. He argues that this correlation becomes almost perfect if you look at the sky as it was around 10,500 BCE, all because of the same precession. According to his theory, this means either the pyramids were built much earlier than is commonly believed, or their builders deliberately aligned them to symbolically commemorate that distant, almost mythical era. This hypothesis indicates an incredibly deep level of astronomical knowledge and perhaps a connection to some antediluvian civilization. But even here, mainstream science remains skeptical. Mainstream Egyptologists and astronomers dispute the Orion correlation theory. They point out that this coincidence is far from perfect and requires some adjustment of the facts, a selective comparison of the sizes of stars and the pyramids. Most often, they point to a small but noticeable deviation of the third smallest pyramid from the main diagonal, which is considered a serious flaw in the theory. Moreover, they emphasize that aligning the pyramid with true north required no supernatural knowledge. This could have been achieved through fairly simple astronomical observations, for example, by tracking the motion of circumpolar stars. This required neither a profound understanding of celestial mechanics nor detailed mapping of the starry sky over millennia. While the ancient Egyptians undoubtedly placed great importance on the astronomical alignment of their structures, for both religious and practical reasons, the specific long-term symbolic connection to the stars of Orion that Bauval's theory suggests remains unproven and unconvincing to most scholars. Ultimately, when we attempt to understand cosmic connections in ancient cultures, we often face a choice between two interpretations: practical observation and profound theoretical knowledge. Traditional archaeology and astronomy acknowledge that ancient people were not only skilled builders, but also incredibly attentive observers of the starry sky. They were capable of constructing grandiose structures perfectly aligned with celestial phenomena and developing complex calendars that served very mundane, practical purposes. All these achievements were the result of centuries of painstaking empirical observation, not the result of modern knowledge of orbital mechanics or the use of sophisticated optical instruments. However, when attempting to decipher the astronomical knowledge of the ancients, the temptation to project our modern scientific theories onto it is great. Researchers can succumb to the temptation to cherry-pick from ancient texts and artifacts only those analogies and references that support their own views, consciously or unconsciously, ignoring anything that contradicts them. Moreover, there is always a huge risk of misinterpreting symbolic or mythological narratives, taking them for literal scientific descriptions. the complete lack of direct and unambiguous written or archaeological evidence attesting to the development of theoretical astronomy in most ancient cultures makes it impossible to determine precisely how they achieved such heights of knowledge. In most cases, simpler explanations based on centuries of observation and creativity prove far more compelling than complex theories about lost knowledge, ancient civilizations, or contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. While the astonishing accuracy of some ancient civilizations' celestial observations continues to inspire genuine admiration, the scientific community is extremely wary of any claims that attempt to rewrite the history of science by going far beyond the facts we have. The history of human flight, as we know it from textbooks, is very young on the scale of civilization. It begins with tentative theoretical concepts and the first desperate attempts to rise into the air, gradually evolving to the first successful hot air balloon flights in the late 18th century, and reaching its apogee with the invention of controlled, powered flight, the Wright brothers' famous airplane, in the early 20th century. It is generally accepted that before these revolutionary discoveries, ancient cultures simply lacked the technology and knowledge necessary for any lengthy aerial travel. However, the very idea of the existence of celestial vehicles in ancient times directly challenges this generally accepted chronology of technological progress. This idea assumes that, at some point in time, humans either possessed advanced flight technologies themselves or encountered beings who possessed these technologies and were fundamentally different from us. The concept of ancient flying machines within the so-called forbidden archaeology framework typically relies on two main sources. First, ancient texts containing descriptions of flying machines or unusual aerial phenomena. Second, ancient works of art depicting objects or figures strikingly reminiscent of modern aircraft or flight-related technologies. Such interpretations inevitably lead to the idea that ancient civilizations may have possessed knowledge and skills we cannot even imagine. Perhaps their world was not limited to primitive technologies, as we tend to think. Imagine a world where ancient civilizations not only built pyramids and temples, but also mastered the secrets of flight, conquering the skies in amazing machines. There's even a bold hypothesis that in ancient times, our planet was visited by visitors from other worlds. Let's travel to ancient India, to a world described in sacred texts written in Sanskrit. It's here that we find countless references to vimanas, mysterious and mythical flying machines. These incredible machines appear in humanity's greatest epic poems, such as the Rig Veda, the Ramayana, and the Mahabharata. They are also described in later, almost technical treatises, the most famous of which is the Vayamanika Shastra. Descriptions of vimanas in ancient tales are astounding. They are depicted as divine celestial chariots or even entire flying palaces, upon which gods and legendary heroes traveled. According to the texts, these vehicles were capable of hovering not only in the Earth's atmosphere, but also sometimes entering the airless void of space. In ancient Indian mythology, vimanas are depicted as complex devices capable of emitting blinding light and a deafening roar. Sometimes they were transformed into formidable weapons, serving as vehicles for delivering devastating munitions to the battlefield. In the epic Ramayana, for example, we encounter the Pushpaka Vimana, a self-propelled flying palace that could change size and speed at will. This technological marvel was first wielded by the demon king Ravana, and then passed on to the hero Rama. There's a truly unique Sanskrit text called the Vaimanika Shastra, which can be translated as the science of aeronautics. It contains astonishingly detailed descriptions of the materials used to build vimanas and even blueprints for their propulsion systems. However, there's a catch. This text is believed to have been dictated only in the early 20th century by the Hindu sage Subbaraya Shastri, who swore he was merely transmitting knowledge from ancient, long-lost manuscripts. Some researchers perceive this document as a genuine ancient manual for the construction of flying machines. For them, it is irrefutable proof of the highly developed scientific and engineering thought of ancient India. The Vaimanika Shastra classifies various types of vimanas, describes their components and operating principles, all using highly complex technical terminology. Supporters of this theory argue that such a level of detail and engineering precision simply could not be a product of fiction. They are convinced that the ancient Indians truly possessed advanced aeronautics technologies, the secrets of which were irretrievably lost over the centuries. However, mainstream science views this differently. Most Indologists, Sanskrit scholars, and engineers reject the Vaimanic Shastra as a genuine ancient text. They consider it an elaborate hoax, created in the early 20th century, inspired by the vivid mythological images of ancient epics. A critical analysis by experts has revealed that the technical descriptions in this text are full of internal contradictions, lack any scientific basis, and demonstrate a complete misunderstanding of the laws of aerodynamics and physics. The Vimana drawings repeatedly feature technologies that seem utterly improbable from the perspective of modern science. For example, they involve engines that operate contrary to known physical laws and materials that would be impossible to process using traditional methods. But most importantly, despite all these captivating descriptions, not a single archaeological proof of the existence of Vimanas has been found in ancient India. Not a single wreck, not a trace of a runway, not the remains of hangars or production facilities that could confirm that the ancients truly soared through the skies. In the original ancient texts, Vimanas are almost always presented as mythological vehicles, symbols of divine power, rather than as actual engineering structures. Now let's move from India to Egypt, the land of pharaohs and pyramids. Here too, some researchers find hints of celestial transport and advanced technology encoded in art and hieroglyphs. The most striking example is the famous hieroglyphs from the temple at Abydos. This intricate set of figures carved into stone has sparked a storm of controversy. Enthusiasts claim that if you look at them from a certain angle, you can clearly discern the silhouettes of modern machines, a helicopter, a submarine, and even a jet plane. Proponents of this theory see these images as clear symbols of high technology. For them, this is direct evidence that the ancient Egyptians either possessed such technology themselves or observed its creation and use by powerful forces. However, most reputable Egyptologists offer a much more mundane explanation. They point to a phenomenon known as palimpsest, which is common in Egyptian writing. This is a process whereby new hieroglyphs were overwritten on top of older ones. Over time, erosion and weathering destroyed the stone, and parts of the old and new carvings merged, randomly forming shapes that our imagination constructs into familiar objects. When these images are analyzed in their full context, taking into account the layering of symbols, it becomes clear they are not evidence of advanced technology, but merely the result of the natural erosion of stone. The figures, which some believe to be helicopters and submarines, are easily interpreted as standard Egyptian symbols, bearing no relation to modern technology. Other archaeological finds also provide no reason to believe in the existence of flying machines in ancient Egypt. Take, for example, the so-called Saqqara bird, a small wooden bird-shaped artifact discovered in 1898 and dating back to approximately the 2nd century BCE. Some researchers hasten to declare it a model of an ancient airplane or glider. The shape of its wings and tail has given rise to the hypothesis that the ancient Egyptians may have possessed knowledge of aerodynamics. However, Egyptologists believe this object was most likely used for ritual purposes, was an expensive toy for a child, or perhaps served as a weather vane for meteorological observations. The aerodynamic properties of this design are completely inadequate for stable flight. It lacks key components such as a fuselage, landing gear, and, most importantly, a power source. Moreover, no other ancient Egyptian texts, artwork, or archaeological finds provide the slightest convincing evidence that the Egyptians understood the principles of flight. Many proponents of the celestial transport theory turn their attention to ancient artwork and cave paintings from around the world. They interpret these as depictions of unidentified flying objects or figures strikingly reminiscent of astronauts. For example, some cave paintings in places like Valcamonica in Italy or Tassili in Algeria have been interpreted as depictions of people in spacesuits or mysterious flying saucers. In Sumerian cylinder seals, some researchers see gods descending from the heavens on their outlandish chariots or holding mysterious objects associated with extraterrestrial influence. All these interpretations formed the basis of the ancient astronaut theory. It proposes that, in ancient times, representatives of extraterrestrial civilizations visited Earth. According to this theory, they directly influenced human evolution, sharing advanced technologies or even becoming the very gods described in ancient myths. Proponents of this theory, such as the renowned Erich von Däniken, argue that the countless parallels in the myths of different cultures, inexplicable technological marvels such as the Egyptian pyramids and megalithic structures, and mysterious depictions of celestial ships all point to the intervention of a non-human intelligence. However, the ancient astronaut theory remains just a bold hypothesis. Its ideas find little support in traditional archaeology, history, and other scientific disciplines. The scientific community rejects these interpretations of ancient texts and drawings as credible. Scholars believe such views are based on a biased approach and a complete disregard for accepted archaeological and historical explanations. Nearly all ancient texts and works of art are interpreted as mythological, symbolic, or religious, rather than literal technical instructions or eyewitness accounts of alien encounters. Figures in ancient art, often stylized and abstract, are typically interpreted as deities, mythical creatures, or people in ritual attire, which is entirely consistent with the cultural context of the era. Flying machines, meanwhile, are perceived as symbolic depictions of celestial phenomena, divine power, or the movements of gods in mythological space, rather than as precise drawings of actual technology. The main problem facing proponents of the ancient flying machine hypothesis is a fundamental contradiction. The idea that ancient civilizations were technologically primitive is incompatible with the idea that they possessed highly advanced flying machines. If such devices truly existed, it would mean that human history experienced an entire period of incredibly advanced technology, which was then completely forgotten and all scientific knowledge was lost. The possibility that our distant ancestors possessed secret knowledge or made irrefutable contact with extraterrestrial civilizations would force us to completely rewrite human history itself. It would be a radical revision of everything we know about evolution and our slow and arduous technological journey. However, when we turn to conventional science, the leading theories about the existence of ancient flying machines find much more mundane explanations. Let's take a look at ancient texts and works of art. Experts view them not as blueprints and technical diagrams, but in terms of their deep mythological and symbolic meaning. They are the fruits of a rich imagination, a reflection of complex belief systems, not instructions for assembling flying machines. It's often claimed that modern technology can be discerned in ancient writings or cave paintings, but this is usually a figment of the imagination. Firstly, such conclusions often stem from a misunderstanding of the stylized or abstract language of ancient art. Artists of the past did not strive for photographic precision. They used symbols and exaggerations to convey ideas, not to document reality. Secondly, to adequately decipher the ancients' messages, it is necessary to immerse oneself in their world to understand the cultural, religious, and historical context. Proponents of the celestial chariot theory often extract artifacts from this environment, applying the templates of modern technology to ancient symbolism. Thirdly, we shouldn't discount the psychological phenomenon of pareidolia. This is our mind's tendency to see familiar images, such as a face or a mechanism, in random forms, in clouds, patterns on stone, or in the interweaving of ancient hieroglyphs. And finally, the most compelling argument, the complete lack of physical evidence. There is no material evidence to support this fascinating hypothesis. To date, archaeologists have found not a single authentic ancient flying machine, Not a single landing pad, not the slightest trace of the manufacturing facilities that would be necessary for such a discovery. Traditional archaeology paints a picture of gradual development. Although ancient people were incredibly inventive, they developed their technologies within the limits of the knowledge and materials available to them. A sudden leap from the lever and wheel to motorized flight, bypassing all the intermediate scientific discoveries, would be an anomaly of truly inexplicable proportions. And yet, despite the scientific community's skepticism, the idea of ancient celestial ships continues to captivate. It appeals to our desire to believe in a more captivating and mysterious past. Mysterious artifacts, lost knowledge, questions about human origins, and possible contact with other worlds. All of this makes the topic incredibly compelling. However, when applied with rigorous scientific scrutiny, the evidence for the existence of ancient technologies capable of upending our understanding of progress falls short. This remains an intriguing field for conjecture and speculation, but one lacking firm archaeological and historical ground. According to the generally accepted worldview, ancient societies were limited in their technological capabilities. Their world was driven by muscle power, human and animal. The greatest structures were erected using the simplest mechanisms: levers, inclined planes, and rollers. Fire provided light and heat. Wind power was harnessed to inflate ships' sails, and the force of water currents to turn primitive mills. Only a few cultures developed the beginnings of more complex devices. Now let's move on to our world. Complex electrical grids, modern vehicles, alternative energy sources, all of this has become an integral part of our lives. But this breakthrough was only possible thanks to the scientific and technological revolution of the last few centuries. Official history speaks of a slow, gradual progression from simple energy solutions to the complex systems that power our civilization. However, within the so-called forbidden archaeology, there are theories that challenge this coherent picture. These theories suggest that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of hidden energies and knew how to harness them. According to these ideas, certain artifacts, structures, and texts may be evidence that ancient cultures understood and utilized energy sources far beyond our traditional understanding of history. They may have developed incredibly advanced methods of harnessing even known energy sources. This could mean that a colossal amount of technological knowledge was simply lost over the centuries. If so, then our past may have included technologies far beyond our wildest modern understandings. One of the most discussed artifacts related to ancient energy is the so-called Baghdad battery. This astonishing discovery was made in 1938 near Baghdad, Iraq. Imagine a small clay jug, about 15 centimeters tall. Inside it is a copper cylinder, secured with a bitumen plug, and in the center of this copper cylinder hangs an iron rod. This artifact is approximately 2,000 years old, dating back to the Parthian or Sassanid period. Some researchers suggest that what we're looking at is nothing more than a primitive galvanic cell. Simply put, a battery. Fill it with an electrolyte, such as grape juice or vinegar, and it can generate a weak electric current. Experiments have confirmed this. Such a device can indeed produce a small voltage from half a volt to 1 volt. Proponents of this theory put forward various theories about its use. Some suggest it was used for galvanization, the application of thin layers of gold or silver to other metals. However, no ancient object with clear traces of such processing has been found to date. Others believe the device could have been used for a form of electrotherapy to relieve pain, or served as a source of weak current for religious rituals to amaze parishioners. However, leading archaeologists and historians are highly skeptical of the battery theory. They rightly point out that other components, such as wires and electrodes, are required for it to function. However, nothing of the sort was found near the find. There is a hypothesis that entire clusters of such devices could have been used to generate significant amounts of energy, but this is merely speculation. According to the most widespread alternative theory, the jug may have simply been a repository for sacred scrolls, and the metal elements inside were part of a ritual object protecting the contents. Thus, the battery function, although technically possible, remains only an intriguing hypothesis, without any real evidence of its practical use. Another striking example is a relief from the Temple of Hathor in Dendera, Egypt. This bas-relief depicts an object that bears a striking resemblance to a modern installation. Imagine a huge elongated flask-shaped object growing from a lotus flower. Inside this flask, a snake writhes, connected by a cable-like structure to an ancient Egyptian jet pillar, a symbol of stability associated with the god Osiris. Researchers who believe in the existence of high technology in ancient times see in this image nothing less than an ancient electric lamp. They believe the snake symbolizes the filament, the cable is the conductor, and the jet column is a kind of insulator or power source. If we accept this theory, it follows that the ancient Egyptians possessed a profound understanding of electricity and used advanced lighting technologies thousands of years before their official invention. However, traditional Egyptology categorically rejects this technological hypothesis. Scholars explain these reliefs solely in terms of the complex religious symbolism that permeates all the temples of ancient Egypt. In their cosmology, the lotus and the snake are powerful symbols of the creation of the world, rebirth, and the annual flooding of the Nile, which gives life. The jet pillar is a well-known symbol of divine power and immutability. And the flask shape itself is most likely a symbolic representation of the sky or the womb of the goddess Nut. Let's travel back in time to a world where pharaohs, not the pharaohs, ruled, but the primordial ocean. Imagine these primordial waters, from which, according to ancient myths, all things were born. Now, let's look at this symbol not as a myth, but as a stylized map depicting the sun's path on its nocturnal journey through the underworld. Archaeologists, sifting the sands of time, give us a very down-to-earth picture. The interiors of temples and tombs were illuminated by the light of oil lamps and smoky torches. The ancient Egyptians were masters of illusion. They used highly polished sheets of copper or bronze to capture the sun's precious rays and direct them deep into stone labyrinths. But let's be honest, during the entire excavation, not a single hint of electrical technology was found. No wires, no remains of ancient power plants, not a single artifact that could be part of an electrical circuit. The attempt to see some kind of electrical device in the temple relief is a classic example of how we, people of the 21st century, try to superimpose our modern knowledge on a completely different picture of the world, on ancient religious and mythological symbolism. The mysteries don't end there. Let's turn our attention to the greatest structures of antiquity, the pyramids. A whole swarm of speculative ideas about hidden energies swirls around them, and at the center of this hurricane of hypotheses stands the Great Pyramid of Giza. Mainstream science and Egyptology see these colossal structures for what they are: majestic tombs, eternal monuments to the boundless power of the pharaohs. But there are those who view them from an entirely different perspective. Researchers like engineer Christopher Dunn put forward breathtaking theories. They argue that the Great Pyramid is more than just a tomb. It is something immeasurably greater, a gigantic machine, a device for generating or converting energy. Dan and his followers insist that the mathematical precision of the pyramid's dimensions, its perfect orientation to the cardinal points, its selection of materials, and its incredibly complex internal structure are all excessive for a simple resting place. He sees these characteristics as a reflection of complex physical and mathematical constants. In his opinion, this allowed the pyramid to function as a giant resonator or capacitor, tuned to a specific energy frequency of the planet. This astonishing theory presents the Great Pyramid as a vast, silent mechanism capable of accumulating and transforming the Earth's energy. Consider the materials: granite, with its electrical conductivity, and limestone, which, by contrast, is an excellent insulator. Add to this the complex geometry of the interior, and the contours of a complex energy system truly emerge. Even the underground chamber, which remains dry today, according to some scientists, could have been part of this ancient machine. And what's inside? In this theory, interior spaces like the King's Chamber, the Queen's Chamber, and the famous Grand Gallery cease to be mere rooms. They become resonant chambers, waveguides, and specialized components for controlling energy flows. Imagine a king's chamber carved from solid granite blocks. It could very well resonate with specific sound frequencies or vibrations, like a giant tuning fork. What kind of energy are we talking about? Proponents of the theory discuss various forms. It could be the energy of the Earth itself, its natural tectonic vibrations. It could be acoustic energy, even microwave energy. And the purposes? The most fantastical, from powering ancient devices and providing communication over vast distances to curing diseases and even influencing the climate. However, academic science and archaeology remain adamant. To date, there is not a single tangible confirmation of the theory of energy generation within the pyramid. All proposed mechanisms remain pure speculation and lack solid engineering justification. The incredible precision of the Great Pyramid's size and location can be explained without invoking theories about forgotten technologies. It is the result of the ingenious geodetic knowledge and construction practices of the ancient Egyptians. Archaeological finds and historical texts clearly indicate one thing: the Great Pyramid was a tomb. The most impressive and large-scale one, but still a tomb. The idea that sound may have been a source of energy in ancient times opens another fascinating, but no less controversial, chapter. Let's move from the hot sands of Egypt to the green expanses of Europe. Many megalithic structures, such as Newgrange in Ireland or the ancient temples of Malta, possess completely unique acoustic properties. For example, the sound in their stone chambers has an incredibly long reverberation time, meaning the echo fades very, very slowly. Some researchers suggest that ancient builders not only knew about these acoustic phenomena, but also deliberately used sound frequencies for practical purposes. These purposes could have been truly fantastical, from levitation, which allowed for the movement of multi-ton stone blocks, to healing the sick and long-distance communication. It has even been hypothesized that certain resonant vibrations could have reduced the weight of stones, making them easier to work with. This could explain how ancient architects, armed with only primitive tools, created their cyclopean structures. But here too, conventional science offers a simpler explanation. The unique acoustic properties of these sites are a natural result of the architecture, enormous stone chambers, and specific structures, and not evidence of the deliberate use of sound as an energy source. There is no scientific evidence that sound was used in ancient times for levitation or matter manipulation. Yes, ancient cultures undoubtedly used sound in their rituals, music, and communication. But there is no reason to believe they could manipulate acoustic energy in the way advocates of such theories imagine. Beyond these specific examples, there is a more general theory. According to it, ancient civilizations possessed sophisticated systems for generating energy from water, which went far beyond simple water mills for grinding grain. Consider, for example, ancient Indian texts that describe so-called vimanas, the celestial chariots of the gods. Some interpretations of these texts claim that vimanas used systems powered by water, mercury, or other unusual liquids. Proponents of this theory are confident that these are not myths, but rather descriptions of advanced technology. There are even bolder theories about the existence of entire hydroelectric systems in ancient times. Supposedly, complex hydraulic structures, which we consider irrigation, actually served for large-scale electricity generation. But even here, mainstream science sees these texts as mere myths and allegories, not technical instructions. Archaeology, meanwhile, has found no material evidence of such energy systems. This entire mosaic of theories fits together to form a single, larger picture: the hidden energies hypothesis. It suggests that ancient civilizations possessed a profound scientific understanding of physics, including electricity, magnetism, and acoustics. This understanding could have been lost as a result of global catastrophes, social collapse, or even deliberately concealed from subsequent generations. This means that what ancient texts present to us as magic or divine power was in fact merely the exploitation of forgotten scientific principles and technologies. This view challenges our entire conventional chronology of scientific discoveries and technological progress. It implies that humanity has already experienced eras of high technology which were then rolled back into oblivion. However, traditional science views such ideas with great skepticism, and for good reason. Firstly, there's a complete lack of direct archaeological evidence. Over thousands of years of excavations, nothing has been found to confirm the ancients' use of complex energy sources. No ancient wires, no generators, no power lines, no control panels, nor are there any clear written instructions describing these technologies. Secondly, many of these concepts are based on a misinterpretation of symbols. Religious and mythological images, like the Dendera bas-relief, are often mistaken by enthusiasts for technical diagrams, completely ignoring their deep cultural and spiritual context. Third, we too often underestimate the genius and capabilities of ancient peoples. Their incredible achievements, based on hard work, ingenious practical methods, and millennia of empirical observation, somehow seem impossible to us. As a result, we attribute fictitious technologies to ancient civilizations, when their real accomplishments can be explained in much simpler and more logical ways. Finally, the proposed mechanisms of energy generation, whether pyramid energy or sonic levitation, simply lack scientific basis. Modern physics does not confirm the existence of such phenomena, and does not find any hidden energies based on well-known laws of nature. Moreover, for such radical theories, capable of upending our entire understanding of history, to be accepted by the scientific community, the highest level of evidence is required. And the evidence cited by proponents of hidden energies unfortunately fails to meet this criterion. If these theories were ever irrefutably confirmed, it would truly revolutionize our understanding of history, technology, and science. It could open the door to forgotten energy sources. But for now, all this remains merely fascinating hypotheses, lacking sufficient evidence. Yet there was one material that truly played a special role in the lives of ancient cultures around the world: crystals, particularly quartz. Their natural beauty, perfect transparency, and incredible hardness made them priceless. They were used to craft tools, such as razor-sharp obsidian blades. They were also used in jewelry and decorative objects. And of course, they were used in rituals and symbolic ceremonies. Traditional archaeology shows that ancient artisans possessed exceptional skills in working stone and crystal. They employed complex abrasive techniques, using harder minerals and sand for polishing. This process was excruciatingly slow, requiring superhuman patience and the highest level of skill, but the result was true masterpieces. Imagine artifacts so perfect they seem to defy time itself. Objects whose polish and finish have been honed not just over years, but over entire eras. However, in the shadows of official history, in the world of so-called forbidden archaeology, there exists a category of finds that baffles even the most inveterate skeptics. We are talking about the legendary crystal skulls. These enigmatic creations, said to have been created in ancient times, display a level of craftsmanship that simply defies our traditional understanding of past technology. Consider the precision of the carvings, the impeccable understanding of anatomy, the mirror-smooth surfaces. Crystal skulls are incredible works of art, carved from extremely hard minerals, primarily rock crystal or quartz. And here arises a fundamental question that challenges everything we know about ancient civilizations. Could the cultures credited with creating these masterpieces have possessed the necessary technology? Did their artisans possess advanced, long-lost stone-cutting techniques? Or perhaps the origin of these objects is entirely otherworldly, hinting at forgotten contacts with other worlds. Among these mysterious artifacts, there are several true stars. Let's take a closer look. Here it is, the Mitchell-Hedges skull, perhaps the most famous of them all. It is a perfectly polished, life-size piece carved from a single piece of crystal-clear quartz. But its most distinctive feature is its separate, removable lower jaw, a detail that makes it simply stunningly unique. Enthusiasts and researchers never cease to marvel at its anatomical precision and incredible, almost liquid polish. And here's its counterpart in the British Museum, also crafted from transparent quartz, but slightly larger than a human skull, with meticulously carved, almost lifelike facial features. Next to it, the Paris skull appears more modest, smaller in size and crafted from cloudy, milky quartz, as if concealing its secrets in its misty depths. And finally, the skull from the Smithsonian Institution is a small but elegant specimen of transparent crystal, also striking in its delicacy of craftsmanship. All of these and many other skulls are commonly associated with the great pre-Columbian civilizations of Central America, the Maya, Aztec, and Mixtec. But there's one problem. There's no confirmed archaeological evidence linking these artifacts to these ancient cultures. Not a single skull has been found during official excavations. Proponents of the ancient origins of these relics are steadfast. They believe the skulls were created either by an unknown, highly advanced civilization of the past, or even are the legacy of extraterrestrial visitors, which fits perfectly with the ancient astronaut theory. Moreover, many ascribe mystical powers to crystal skulls. They are said to possess spiritual energy, heal illnesses, and even contain the wisdom and memories of millennia. It's no wonder they have become objects of worship for many esoteric practitioners. Stories of yet another crystal skull being discovered in lost ruins or ancient temples constantly surface around the world. However, these exciting tales typically fail to stand up to scrutiny and lack any real archaeological evidence. The main mystery surrounding the carving of these skulls lies in the incredible hardness of quartz. On the Mohs scale, it has a hardness of 7, making it stronger than steel. It's virtually impossible to work such material with primitive tools. To cut quartz with such precision, tools made of even harder materials are needed, for example, diamond, which has a hardness of 10, or corundum, which has a hardness of 9. Moreover, they must work at high speeds using abrasive grit. But we know for sure that the pre-Columbian cultures of Mesoamerica had nothing like this. Their stone-cutting technologies relied on other, harder rocks, such as jade or obsidian, and required completely different, much cruder methods. Imagine the process of grinding and polishing such a skull with sand and water. It would be a hellish, multi-year, if not centuries-long labor, and it would inevitably leave behind characteristic jagged marks. But proponents of the ancient theory point to precisely this. The skulls show no such marks. The impeccable precision of the details, the eye sockets, the teeth, the perfect polish, all this, they argue, proves that primitive methods were not used. However, the cold light of science has gradually begun to dispel this mystical fog. Serious research has disproved the hypothesis of the ancient origin of the famous crystal skulls. Doubts first arose in the 1970s, when it became clear that none of the known skulls had a clear archaeological past. The most devastating blows to the legend were dealt in the 1990s. Researchers from the British Museum and the Smithsonian Institution, including anthropologist Jane McLaren Walsh and conservation specialist Margaret Sachs, took up the case, armed with the latest technological advances. Their primary weapon was the scanning electron microscope, capable of peering where the human eye cannot, down to the microscopic surface of skulls. The results of this investigation were stunning. All the prime suspects, the Mitchell-Hedges skull, exhibits from the British Museum and the Smithsonian Institution, were analysed. Under the microscope's powerful magnification, the skulls began to reveal their secrets. Microscopic, concentric grooves were discovered on their perfectly smooth surfaces, the unmistakable marks left by modern, rotating abrasive tools. it was a death sentence. Such marks could only have been created by modern equipment, jewelers' grinding wheels or high-speed drills with diamond or corundum coatings. Moreover, chemical analysis of polishing paste residue found in microcracks confirmed the use of modern abrasives. Nothing of the sort existed or could have been used by the ancient Mesoamerican craftsmen. Their manual grinding with sand and water would have left entirely different, rough, and chaotic scratches. The scientific verdict was definitive and irrevocable. The crystal skulls were modern fakes, most likely made in the 19th or early 20th centuries. The trail led investigators to Idar-Oberstein, Germany, a world-renowned center for quartz processing and stone carving at the time. Apparently, most of these ancient artifacts originated there, in the workshops of German artisans. To imbue them with value and mystique, complex and intricate legends about their ancient origins were concocted, replete with dramatic stories of discoveries in mysterious ruins. Determining the exact age of the skulls themselves was extremely difficult. Quartz is a mineral, and it contains no organic material that could be radiocarbon dated. While it's possible to determine the geological age of the crystal itself, it could be millions of years old. This doesn't tell us exactly when it was processed. And yet, despite irrefutable scientific evidence, belief in the ancient origins and magical properties of crystal skulls has proven incredibly tenacious. This legend lives on in both popular culture and spiritual circles. It is fueled by beautiful myths, the allure of unsolved mysteries, and the eternal human desire to tap into ancient wisdom and powers beyond our comprehension. The emotional and mystical aura of these artifacts has proven stronger than scientific evidence, compelling people to believe in miracles even after they have been thoroughly debunked. It's important to understand that debunking the crystal skull myth doesn't diminish the achievements of genuine ancient cultures. We must acknowledge the immense skill and ingenuity of past peoples. Consider the ancient Egyptians, who demonstrated incredible skill in working with hard stone. Their diorite vases and granite sarcophagi are astounding. But even these impressive masterpieces were created using labor-intensive and time-consuming methods, employing the abrasive technologies available in their era. Scientific data on crystal skulls clearly demonstrates that achieving such precision and smoothness without modern technology, without high-speed rotating instruments, would have been simply impossible. The perfect finish of these artifacts is a direct result of modern technology, not the lost secrets of antiquity. Thus, while crystal skulls are astonishing and beautiful objects, their mystery has nothing to do with the forgotten technologies of our ancestors. The real mystery lies elsewhere: how these modern objects became powerful cultural symbols, relics of a distant past. And most astonishingly, belief in their authenticity persists to this day, despite all scientific evidence. If these objects were truly created in ancient times, their significance would be colossal. They would force us to completely rethink our understanding of the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations and could radically alter our understanding of history. However, thanks to painstaking scientific investigation, their origin is no longer a matter of faith, but an established fact. But human history is replete with myths rooted in real events, and perhaps the most powerful and universal of these, reflected in the legends of dozens of peoples on every continent, is the myth of the Great Flood. From ancient Mesopotamia to the indigenous tribes of the Americas, from East Asia to the Pacific Islands, we encounter stories of a great flood everywhere, which have become an integral part of our collective memory. Preserved in the very fabric of human cultural heritage, deep in the collective memory are stories of the Great Flood, a catastrophe that forever changed the face of the world. These tales, like echoes, reach us from every corner of the planet, from one ancient civilization to another. The plots of these legends are strikingly similar. Angry gods, or higher powers, unleash gigantic waves upon the earth to wash away the sins of humanity. Amidst this all-consuming chaos, only a handful of the righteous survive, a chosen few destined to become the seed of a new world. to repopulate the devastated Earth and usher in a new era. And this poses a fundamental question for us, students of the past. Are these simply a series of coincidences, independent myths born of the fear of localized floods? Or does something greater lurk behind all these stories? A single deafening echo of a real global catastrophe that once brought the entire planet to its knees and, perhaps, wiped an entire long-forgotten civilization from the face of the Earth. Let's travel back to ancient Mesopotamia, where over 4 millennia ago, one of the earliest and most impressive accounts of a great flood was born. It is captured on the clay tablets of great epics such as the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Atrahasis. In these texts, we see how a pantheon of gods, tired of the noise and sinfulness of humans, makes a cruel decision: to destroy all life with an unprecedented flood. But one of the heroes, be it Utnapishtim, Gilgamesh, or Atrahasis, receives a secret warning from a compassionate deity. He is commanded to build a gigantic ship, a veritable ark, and load it with his family, along with pairs of every animal, bird, and plant seed. And then the heavens opened. Torrents of water poured down upon the earth, burying everything beneath them, destroying all life. Only when the fury of the elements had subsided did the hero's ship find refuge on the top of the mountain. This ancient Mesopotamian story is eerily reminiscent of the biblical story of Noah's Ark, as told in the book of Genesis, the sacred text that formed the foundation of 3 of the world's greatest religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Here we see God, determined to cleanse the world of human wickedness, commanding a righteous man named Noah to build an ark of precisely defined dimensions. Noah fulfills the Almighty's will, taking aboard his family and 2 of every living thing, all land animals. Then comes the apocalypse. For 40 days and 40 nights, rain pours down without ceasing, and the fountains of the great deep burst forth from the bowels of the earth. The water rises so high that it covers even the highest mountain peaks. Almost a year and 10 days pass before the flood begins to recede. Ultimately, the ark lands on the Ararat Mountains, and Noah's rescued family descends onto a renewed earth. This story has had a colossal impact on global culture, shaping billions of people's understanding of ancient history and the relationship between humanity and the divine. The very idea of a total planet-wide cataclysm and the miraculous salvation of life makes this story an inexhaustible source of inspiration for those searching for traces of the Great Flood. But let's look to other corners of the ancient world. Greek mythology presents us with an equally dramatic story. Zeus, the supreme god of Olympus, is enraged by the wickedness of the Bronze Age people and decides to wipe them off the face of the earth with a great flood. But the Titan Prometheus, the eternal protector of humanity, manages to warn his son, Deucalion. He and his wife, Pyrrha, build a wooden ark, and for 9 days and nights are carried amidst the boundless waves of the raging elements. Their refuge eventually washes up on the summit of Mount Parnassus. To restore humanity, they, on the advice of the gods, begin throwing stones over their shoulders, which, upon touching the ground, transform into new people. On the other side of the world, among the indigenous peoples of America, we find countless similar legends. The Mayan sacred book, the Popol Vuh, describes how the gods sent a flood to destroy their first unsuccessful human creations. The mighty Incas also have a legend of a great flood that submerged even the highest mountains. Only those few who managed to find refuge on the peaks or in pre-built boats managed to escape. The tribes of North America, the Cherokee, Navajo, and Ojibwe, passed down stories from generation to generation of gigantic floods that engulfed the world. And while the details vary, the key elements are strikingly similar, all consuming torrents of water, salvation on the mountain heights, divine warnings to the chosen few, and the subsequent rebirth of the world. Chinese mythology also played a role. The most famous story tells of a hero named Gun and his son Yu. They didn't build an ark, but waged a titanic battle against the elements, digging canals and taming the waters for years, ultimately allowing Chinese civilization to survive and flourish. The legends of Australia, the tales of African tribes, the myths of Polynesia, and even the harsh sagas of Scandinavia all preserve the memory of devastating watery catastrophes that once shook their world to its foundations. Proponents of the theory of a single global cataclysm see more than just a coincidence in this. They argue that such striking similarities in myths, originating on different continents and among peoples who had never interacted with each other, could simply be an echo of a shared memory. A memory of a real, monstrous event, a worldwide flood that occurred in ancient times, long before the advent of writing. What could have caused such an apocalypse? A wide variety of hypotheses have been put forward. Among them is the impact of a giant comet or asteroid on Earth, which would have caused a megatsunami. Another possibility is the rapid melting of glaciers at the end of the Ice Age, releasing colossal volumes of water. Some suggest a sudden shift in the planet's poles. A more exotic theory also involves the so-called firmament, a layer of water in the atmosphere that one day collapsed onto Earth. For proponents of this idea, the consequences of such a cataclysm would be unimaginable. A global flood, they believe, is the very mechanism that explains the demise of a previous, possibly highly advanced civilization, traces of which we search in vain. As evidence, they point to certain geological anomalies. For example, so-called erratic boulders, enormous stones lying in geologically alien places hundreds of kilometers from their original rock masses. They believe such boulders could only have been transported by powerful streams of water, not glaciers. They also point to vast layers of gravel and sediment where they would seem to be absent, seeing in this the traces of a gigantic and sudden flood. Sometimes they also consider grandiose erosional canyons, which look as if they were carved not by a river over millions of years, but by a monstrous torrent over a few days. And, of course, the most compelling argument, in their opinion, is the discovery of fossilized seashells high in the mountains, which supposedly proves that the waters of the world's oceans once covered these peaks. However, orthodox geology offers a completely different, more down-to-earth explanation. Erratics, from a scientific perspective, are the classic result of glacial movement, which, like bulldozers, dragged rock fragments along with them. Unusual sedimentary deposits are explained by a multitude of geological processes that took place over millions of years, including the action of rivers, wind, and other natural forces. And marine fossils in the mountains are the result of tectonic uplift. Millions of years ago, these mountains were seafloor, slowly rising centimeter by centimeter as a result of the movement of lithospheric plates. Creationists sometimes cite so-called polystrate fossils, for example, petrified tree trunks that extend vertically through several layers of rock. They see this as evidence of instantaneous burial during a global flood. But here too, geologists have an answer. They are the result of rapid but localized events, such as a volcanic eruption that bury a forest in ash, or a massive local flood that deposits tons of silt. The scientific community today is virtually unanimous in its view of the flood myths. Yes, floods are a frequent and devastating phenomenon, but there is simply no geological evidence for a single global flood that would have occurred simultaneously across the entire planet in the observable past. The Earth's geological record, which scientists decipher from rock layers, fossils, and radioisotope dating, does not contain a single continuous sediment layer that could be associated with such a global catastrophe. The distribution of animal and plant species, the age of landscapes, and the continuous history of archaeological cultures on different continents, all of this refutes the idea of a recent global flood. So where did these myths come from? The scientific explanation links their widespread distribution to localized yet incredibly devastating disasters. Imagine ancient settlements that, like today, were located near water, river and sea shores. These are precisely the areas most vulnerable to natural disasters. A river flood capable of wiping out an entire village, a tsunami caused by an underwater earthquake, or a season of abnormally heavy rains. Any of these events could turn into a veritable apocalypse for a small community, leaving a lasting scar in its memory. This shared tragic experience, coupled with the natural human tendency to create grand stories of destruction and rebirth, gave rise to remarkably similar legends in different parts of the world. Cultural diffusion should also be considered. Through trade, migration, and war, stories traveled from people to people, so a myth born on the banks of one river could eventually spread across vast territories. Thus, for science, the common features of flood myths are a reflection of common human fears and experiences in the face of local catastrophes, as well as the result of cultural exchange, and not evidence of a single global event. And yet, although there is no convincing evidence of a global flood, some hypotheses about massive localized floods in the past continue to excite scientists. The most striking example is the Black Sea flooding theory, proposed in the 1990s by geologists William Ryan and Walter Pittman. Their theory posits that approximately 7,600 years ago, the Black Sea basin became the scene of a catastrophe of incredible proportions. In those distant times, the Black Sea was not a sea, but a gigantic freshwater lake, much smaller in size than it is today. But the Ice Age was drawing to an end. Giant glaciers were melting, and sea levels were steadily rising. According to this theory, at one fateful moment, the waters of the Mediterranean Sea, rising, broke through a natural isthmus in the area of today's Bosphorus Strait. Picture this. The vast, salty waters of the Mediterranean, at a much higher elevation, are held back by only a thin strip of land. And then, one fateful day, perhaps in the area of today's Bosphorus Strait, this natural dam gives way. With a deafening roar that shakes the earth for miles around, the salty element bursts forth. It wasn't just a flood, but a true cataclysm. A mighty river of salt water, unstoppable and furious, rushed into the freshwater basin we know today as the Black Sea. This event forever changed the face of the region. The water rose at a terrifying rate, and the ancient sea's surface began to expand rapidly. Kilometre after kilometre, it engulfed coastal settlements, wiping out the flourishing, fertile valleys where agriculture was just beginning. Although this catastrophe was localized and did not affect the entire planet, its scale and suddenness were profoundly traumatic for the ancient communities inhabiting these shores. For them, it was the end of the world. It was likely this horrific experience, passed down orally from generation to generation, that formed the basis for the ancient myths of the Great Flood, which later spread across cultures throughout the region. Geologists and archaeologists are still trying to reconstruct the full picture of what happened, and many details of this monumental drama remain the subject of heated scientific debate. Now let's move to another continent, North America, where we'll witness another monstrously powerful flood. Here, approximately 15,000 years ago, at the end of the last ice age, a series of events known as the Missoula floods unfolded. Imagine a gigantic glacial lake, Lake Missoula, a vast reservoir of meltwater impounded by a colossal ice dam in what is now Montana. This ice wall, hundreds of meters high, was unstable. Time and again, it broke, unleashing torrents of water with a force comparable to 1,000 Niagara rivers. The water roared across eastern Washington state, carving its way through the Columbia River Gorge. These floods were so colossal that they literally stripped the soil down to bare rock, creating unique and bizarre landscapes known today as the channeled scablands. It is a striking example of the destructive and simultaneously creative power of water, capable of reshaping an entire region while remaining a local, not planetary phenomenon. The very idea of a global flood is closely intertwined with the concept of catastrophism, a geological theory that posits that the history of our planet was shaped not by slow processes, but by sudden, violent, and massive events. This idea directly contradicts the dominant paradigm of uniformitarianism, which asserts that all changes on Earth occur slowly and gradually over millions of years. For proponents of so-called forbidden archaeology, the global flood hypothesis is the key to solving the greatest mystery. It offers a simple and compelling explanation for the possible disappearance of some highly advanced prehistoric civilization. Imagine if such an event actually occurred. It would wipe virtually all traces from the face of the Earth, burying entire cities under tons of silt and mud, destroying knowledge and technology. Only fragmentary memories of former glory would remain, preserved in the form of myths and legends. According to this theory, after such a global catastrophe, humanity would have to start virtually from scratch, rediscovering fire, the wheel, and writing. Of course, discussions of global floods inevitably raise profound theological questions. The biblical narrative of Noah's Ark holds colossal significance for billions of believers worldwide and has exerted a profound influence on Western culture and science for centuries. This powerful theological foundation sometimes motivates researchers to seek scientific evidence for a literal global flood, even when such searches conflict with accepted geological and archaeological data. However, modern science approaches this question differently. It studies flood myths not to confirm ancient religious texts, but to understand their origins and dissemination, relying solely on facts, empirical data, and historical analysis. Let's delve into the era known as the Pleistocene, or, as it's more commonly called, the Ice Age. This dramatic period in Earth's history began about 2.5 million years ago and ended approximately 11,500 years ago. It was a time of great glaciations, when gigantic glaciers advanced and retreated like the breath of a frozen planet. At their peak, during glacial maxima, colossal ice sheets, several kilometers thick, covered vast swathes of North America, Europe, and Asia. The last such maximum occurred about 20,000 years ago. Sea levels were then more than 100 meters lower than they are today. The reason is simple. Gigantic volumes of water were literally frozen in these continental glaciers. A completely different world emerges before us, with different coastlines, with exposed continental shelves transformed into vast plains. According to the generally accepted scientific view, life for our ancestors during this period was a harsh struggle for survival. People lived in small nomadic bands of hunter-gatherers. Their tools were primitive but effective, made of stone, bone, and wood, all characteristic of the Paleolithic era. They demonstrated incredible adaptability, surviving in the harshest conditions, and gradually spread across the planet, even reaching the Americas via the Beringia land bridge, which then connected Asia and North America. This concept paints a picture of slow but steady human progress. However, there is an alternative view, promoted by so-called forbidden archaeology. Its proponents ask, what if we are only seeing the tip of the iceberg? What if the greatest secrets of the Ice Age are still hidden beneath thick ice or rest at the bottom of the seas that flooded coastal lands after the glaciers melted? The central premise of this theory is that evidence exists that hints at the existence of far more advanced human activity, perhaps even complex civilizations that existed before or during the last Ice Age. This means that human society was not limited to bands of primitive hunters. Perhaps our modern understanding of history is incomplete, and entire chapters of human development were torn out and lost due to the dramatic climate changes at the end of the Ice Age. Some discoveries are already forcing a reconsideration of established chronologies. Take, for example, the Monteverde archaeological site in Chile, estimated to be approximately 15,000 years old, or the Meadowcroft rock shelter in Pennsylvania, estimated to be between 16 and 19,000 years old. These datings challenge traditional models of the peopling of the Americas. They suggest that humans may have arrived on this continent much earlier than previously thought, and that they had to survive in the harsh conditions of the glacial maximum. And there's a truly stunning discovery, the highly controversial Cerruti Mastodon site in California. Traces have been discovered there that some scientists interpret as evidence of hominid presence approximately 130,000 years ago. If confirmed, this would mean tool-using human ancestors were present in the Americas long before the last Ice Age. Such a discovery could completely upend our understanding of the migration routes and timing of ancient humans. Moreover, evidence of advanced art and symbolic thought found in the depths of the Ice Age forces us to rethink the intellectual capacities of our ancestors. Consider the cave art of the Upper Paleolithic, the paintings in the Chauvet caves dating back over 30,000 years, or the famous works from the Lascaux and Altamira caves, some 17 and 15,000 years old, respectively. They are striking in their sophistication, sense of perspective, and incredibly precise depictions of animals. Conventional archaeology views this art as the pinnacle of hunter-gatherer cultural development, a reflection of their complex beliefs and social organization. However, other finds, such as artifacts from Blombos Cave in South Africa, push the bar even further back. Here, on the African continent, ochre-engraved plaques, shell beads, and complex bone tools dating back nearly 100,000 years have been found. This irrefutable evidence that modern cognitive behavior, including abstract thought and symbolism, originated in Africa much earlier than previously thought. These finds reveal the astonishing level of intelligence and talent of Ice Age people, even if they did not build cities as we know them. This is where megalithic structures come into play, also challenging accepted theories. A striking example is the Göbekli Tepe temple complex in southeastern Turkey. Its construction began around 11,500 years ago. Although this officially marked the end of the Ice Age, its creators were not sedentary farmers, but hunter-gatherers. Yet, they were able to erect this gigantic structure with its intricately carved, multi-ton, T-shaped columns. This challenges the established dogma that monumental construction became possible only after the advent of agriculture. Göbekli Tepe suggests that complex social and religious structures capable of organizing such large-scale projects existed among hunter-gatherers as early as the end of the Ice Age. This hypothesis fundamentally changes our understanding of the origins of civilization. Finally, underwater archaeology adds the finishing touches to this enigmatic picture. Objects like the Yonaguni Monument in Japan or the Bimini Causeway in the Bahamas, which we've already discussed, are truly breathtaking. If we accept the hypothesis that these underwater structures are artificial in origin, then their age must be enormous, as they could only have been built when sea levels were significantly lower, that is, during the Ice Age. Imagine the world at the very end of the Great Ice Age, approximately 12,000 years ago. Sea levels were tens of meters lower than today, and where waves now lap, land stretched. It was during this era, according to some theories, that mysterious underwater structures were erected, the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan and the Bimini Causeway in the Caribbean. Dating these structures places their construction within a narrow time frame of 8 to 12,000 years ago. This means that these colossal structures were built on dry land during the final act of the glacial drama, or immediately after. Then, as the glaciers began to melt rapidly, the rising ocean swallowed them, hiding them from human view for millennia. If this is indeed the work of man, then we have an incredible discovery. The cultures of that time, which we are accustomed to considering primitive, actually possessed astonishing engineering and construction skills. They were able to erect monumental complexes in an era that official history associates only with small bands of hunters and gatherers. Geological evidence confirms that entire worlds of that era truly did disappear beneath the waves. Take a look at a map of the North Sea. It once housed a vast landmass known as Doggerland. During the Ice Age, when ice encased the planet and the ocean retreated, Doggerland was not just a patch of land, but a gigantic land bridge connecting what is now Great Britain with continental Europe. It was fertile land, teeming with life. But the Ice Age ended. Melting glaciers released unimaginable volumes of water, and the sea began its inexorable advance, engulfing this world forever. Today, as trawlers and dredgers work the bottom of the North Sea, they continually bring to the surface evidence of that bygone era. Archaeologists are finding Mesolithic tools and the bones of ancient animals, from mammoths to reindeer. These artifacts are irrefutable proof that hunter-gatherer tribes roamed these now submerged landscapes. And while the Doggerland finds don't indicate a highly developed civilization, they do clearly demonstrate one thing. vast, habitable Ice Age territories are now hidden from us by the depths of water. A similar story unfolded on the other side of the world. The Beringia land bridge, connecting Siberia and Alaska, became the gateway for the first people to settle the American continent. This, too, was a vast, now flooded landscape that provided shelter and food for these ancient migrants. And here, a logical and tantalizing question arises. If we know that vast coastal plains existed and were inhabited, could it not be there, on these resource-rich lands, that the first large settlements arose? Could the hypothetical cities of a mythical Ice Age civilization have been located on these continental shelves, now underwater? This idea brings us to one of the most daring and controversial theories in modern alternative history: the reset hypothesis. A key element of this theory is a catastrophic event known as the Younger Dryas. Imagine, the last ice age is drawing to an end. The climate is gradually warming. Then, suddenly, approximately 12,800 years ago, a sharp and devastating reversal occurs. The planet plunges back into icy cold, disrupting the natural warming process. Proponents of the theory, such as researcher Graham Hancock, argue that this cataclysm was no accident. They believe it was caused by a cosmic catastrophe, the impact of a giant comet or its fragments on the North American ice sheet. The consequences of such an impact would have been truly apocalyptic: monstrous floods due to the instant melting of billions of tons of ice, gigantic fires engulfing entire continents, and a sharp drop in global temperatures, returning the climate to the harsh conditions of the Ice Age. In this scenario, the Younger Dryas event acts as a global reset button. It literally wipes off the face of the Earth any highly advanced civilization that might have existed at the time. Societies that had achieved incredible heights would have been destroyed or set back thousands of years. The handful of survivors who survived this fiery and watery hell would have found themselves in a devastated world. They would have to start from scratch, relying only on scraps of knowledge and vague legends of a bygone glory, a golden age that was lost. This theory offers an elegant explanation for a mysterious gap in human history. Why do we find no traces of highly developed cultures before the advent of agriculture and the first cities? The answer, according to proponents of the hypothesis, is simple. They existed, but were destroyed by a global catastrophe. However, mainstream science views this idea with considerable skepticism. While the sharp cooling of the Younger Dryas is recognized, its causes are still actively debated. Geological evidence that would definitively support the cometary impact theory has yet to be found, and most importantly, there is no direct evidence that this event destroyed a global civilization, rather than simply having a significant impact on regional hunter-gatherer cultures. Mainstream archaeology paints a different picture of the Ice Age. It emphasizes the incredible adaptability and ingenuity of our ancestors. These people were not primitive savages. They created complex social structures as evidenced by their burial rituals. They traded over vast distances and developed highly specialized hunting techniques. Their tools were complex and perfectly adapted to harsh conditions. They had developed symbolic and cultural traditions, which we see in rock art. However, for all their development, these were societies of hunters and gatherers, not civilizations as we understand the word. According to the generally accepted model, the end of the Ice Age was the impetus for the development of civilization. The resulting climatic stability allowed for an agricultural revolution. A food surplus emerged, capable of feeding a larger, more sedentary population. And from this foundation, the slow, gradual emergence of cities, states, and everything we today call civilization began. But why is it so difficult to prove or disprove the existence of that hypothetical Ice Age civilization? Firstly, the very nature of that era worked against the preservation of evidence. Powerful glaciers, like giant bulldozers, plowed the landscape. The rapid rise in sea level after their melting flooded vast territories. Erosion and sedimentation over thousands of years could have destroyed or buried even the most sturdy structures under meters of silt. Secondly, to date, there is not a single irrefutable archaeological artifact, no remains of cities, no examples of complex writing, no evidence of advanced metallurgy that could be confidently dated to the Ice Age. The discovered sites belong to hunter-gatherers and show no signs of urban civilization. Thirdly, interpreting the finds themselves is an incredibly complex task. How can one distinguish a natural geological formation from the ruins of an ancient structure ravaged by time and the elements? How can one find barely noticeable traces of advanced activity that would not be mistakenly attributed to later or earlier eras? All these difficulties are compounded by the fact that material evidence from that period is extremely rare and fragmentary. To fundamentally rewrite the generally accepted chronology of human history, we need not just hints, but ironclad, irrefutable evidence, archaeological, geological, biological, evidence that would be impossible to explain within the framework of existing scientific understanding. But let's imagine for a moment that such evidence is one day found, that the existence of a highly advanced civilization during the Ice Age is definitively confirmed. This will lead to a true revolution in our understanding of ourselves. We will have to completely rethink the origins of humanity's greatest achievements. Agriculture, urban planning, astronomy, all of these will turn out not to be original inventions, but rather the rediscovery of long-lost knowledge. This would mean that human history is not a straight line of progress from cave to skyscraper, but rather a series of ups and downs, cycles of rise and fall of great civilizations. Such a discovery would dramatically expand our understanding of human potential. It would reveal what profound knowledge and astonishing technologies may have been irretrievably lost in the fires of global catastrophes that have repeatedly reshaped our planet. This captivating mystery continues to inspire researchers, compelling them to peer into the darkest and most hidden chapters of Earth's history, gradually lifting the veil of secrecy over our distant past and offering a completely new perspective on the origins of the modern world. While each individual anomaly can be squeezed into the framework of traditional explanations, there's a growing consensus that if all these unexplained discoveries are pieced together, a completely different picture emerges, the contours of a hidden, forgotten history. It's here, in this divergence of views, that the root of the profound conflict between the two worldviews lies. Official science, like a stern guard at the gates of knowledge, adheres to ironclad standards of proof. However, its critics argue that these standards become unjustifiably rigid, almost insurmountable, when it comes to materials capable of shaking fundamental principles. Moreover, the very focus of research is radically different. Think of official archaeology as a methodical cartographer. It focuses on areas and time periods where there is already a wealth of compelling evidence and only gradually, step by step, expands the boundaries of the known. Knowledge accumulates slowly, brick by brick, year after year. Alternative archaeology, on the other hand, is more like an explorer of uncharted territories. Its attention is drawn to the periphery, to facts that cause confusion, remain unexplained, and do not fit into the generally accepted mosaic of the past. This means that both sides are dealing with fragmented, ambiguous, and sometimes downright astonishing evidence that is incredibly difficult to piece together into a coherent system. Critics of the alternative approach express serious concern. They see the danger of misinterpreting or overinterpreting an overly limited set of data. They emphasize that a few chance discoveries, however intriguing, cannot serve as grounds for overturning the results of centuries of systematic research. The historical development of archaeology itself also plays a role. In its early years, it was driven more by the adventurous spirit of discovery than by strict scientific principles. Over time, it became increasingly professional, developing rigorous methods and a theoretical framework. And while this process was absolutely necessary for scientific progress, it also led to a certain rigidification of views and a wary attitude toward anything that might threaten established notions. As a result, some discoveries and finds were effectively tacitly banned. This conservatism can be seen as a natural consequence of the maturation of any scientific discipline. Protecting the accumulated knowledge base is, after all, a natural trait of human nature. In the scientific community, this protection manifests itself in demanding exceptionally high, almost impossible, standards of proof for any radically new idea. This isn't always a bad thing, but it does mean that truly revolutionary evidence must be not just convincing, but absolutely irrefutable. The philosophical implications of this situation are colossal. If the assumptions about the existence of forbidden archaeology are true, it would completely upend our understanding of humanity. It would mean that we are not the apex of a continuous path of progress that began with cavemen. We may be merely part of a much older, cyclical process, characterized by great ups and devastating downs. This suggests that incredible knowledge and technologies may have been lost and rediscovered, calling into question the very idea of linear development. This profound philosophical challenge is likely one of the main driving forces behind this science. There are many reasons why people reject the idea of forbidden archaeology. It's not just about specific dates or artifacts, it's because these ideas have the potential to change our very understanding of human history and our place in time. The implications of such research extend far beyond academic debates. They touch on our spiritual beliefs, cultural traditions, and even our perception of the limits of human potential. Therefore, the discussion of forbidden archaeology is more than just an academic debate. It's a question that touches on the deepest aspects of our being and our long journey on planet Earth. The very term, lost civilization, instantly conjures up majestic images. We see grandiose cities hidden beneath the ocean, ancient empires buried beneath the eternal sands, or highly developed societies vanishing as suddenly as if they never existed. In the popular imagination, this term describes civilizations with astonishing levels of development that are generally believed to have been wiped off the face of the Earth. Somewhere in the distant past, there existed a world that has been unfairly forgotten or ignored by official history. To truly understand this idea, we must look at the concept of a lost civilization more deeply than just a pile of ruins. We must understand the very essence of civilization, why an entire society can be considered lost, and why its hypothetical existence remains a subject of heated debate rather than accepted fact. In the context of history and archaeology, a civilization is a complex society possessing a number of key characteristics. It is not simply a group of people, but a complex organism. It is defined by several unique characteristics. Among them are large cities, which serve as vibrant centers of trade, government, and culture. Such cities typically produce a surplus of food, allowing some of the population to abandon agriculture and livestock breeding and devote themselves to other pursuits. This specialization of labor gives rise to a multitude of new roles: skilled artisans, priests, professional warriors, administrators, and merchants. Another characteristic feature is a complex social hierarchy, where people have different statuses and roles. A ruling elite or a complex system of governance is often established. The construction of monumental structures, temples, palaces, or grand public works is also a clear marker of civilization, requiring the coordinated work of thousands of people and centralized planning. Furthermore, civilizations often develop systems for storing and transmitting information, be it writing, mathematics, or complex calendar systems. These tools make it possible to govern vast societies and transmit accumulated knowledge from generation to generation. Technological advances, even if they seem primitive from our perspective, for example, metallurgy, complex irrigation canals, or precision stonework, also serve as a crucial criterion. When we talk about lost civilizations in the context of forbidden archaeology, we're not talking about those cultures that are well documented, if not fully understood, like the Mayan civilization or the Harappan civilization in the Indus Valley. No, the term refers to societies that may have existed far earlier than the oldest known states, perhaps tens, even hundreds of thousands of years earlier. It's important to understand that such hypothetical civilizations are often described as incredibly advanced for their era. They may have possessed knowledge or technologies far beyond our understanding of the capabilities of prehistoric humans. This doesn't always refer to electricity or modern machines. But it does imply a level of mastery in architecture, astronomy, mathematics, metallurgy, and social organization that far exceeds anything conventional scholarship attributes to that time. For example, if it were proven that a society living during the last Ice Age constructed stone structures with a precision comparable to the Great Pyramids of Giza, they would undoubtedly be considered incredibly advanced for that era. The very idea of such cultures existing in the distant past is appealing to many, as it suggests that human development was anything but linear. Perhaps throughout history, periods of flourishing and high culture have repeatedly given way to eras of decline and oblivion, rather than a single continuous progression from simplicity to complexity. This completely contradicts the traditional worldview, according to which human progress is a continuous upward trajectory, beginning only a few thousand years ago. Proponents of this theory often suggest that humanity has experienced a series of ups and downs. Highly developed cultures of the past could have been completely destroyed by monstrous natural disasters or other events, leaving behind virtually no traces that mainstream science could recognize. A key aspect of this hypothesis is the disappearance of these civilizations themselves. This means that their existence is either not acknowledged at all, or, if any hints exist, they are misinterpreted or dismissed by the academic community. These societies have been lost to both historical memory and the archaeological record. There are several theories as to why such civilizations could have vanished without a trace. One of the leading theories revolves around natural disasters on a planetary scale. Imagine the fury of the elements, gigantic floods, supervolcanic eruptions, comet or asteroid impacts, as well as abrupt climate shifts such as the end of the Ice Age. These events would have led to a rapid rise in sea levels, which could have wiped out entire populations and inundated their coastal cities, leaving only pitiful remains on land. If a civilization was primarily maritime and located on the coast, a sudden rise in sea levels by tens or even hundreds of meters could have buried its entire infrastructure underwater. This makes its discovery and exploration incredibly challenging using modern technology. Furthermore, geological processes such as erosion, sediment accumulation, and tectonic plate movements occurring over tens of thousands of years could have completely buried or destroyed the last remaining traces. Imagine entire worlds, great societies of the past, simply vanishing, erased from the pages of history, leaving behind nothing but the faintest traces. One of the most frightening causes of such oblivion is not external catastrophe, but internal disintegration, self-destruction. This is a scenario in which a society doesn't simply suffer defeat in war, it collapses from within. And while such a collapse doesn't always mean complete erasure from the memory of posterity, its consequences can be catastrophic. Imagine the abrupt, almost instantaneous loss of accumulated knowledge, technologies, and complex social networks built over centuries. The surviving scattered groups of people find themselves thrown back to a more primitive, almost primordial state. They wander among ruins, unable to decipher the inscriptions of their ancestors. Complex mechanisms become useless scrap metal, and great engineering achievements become incomprehensible stone masses. Over time, over millennia, oral traditions of this glorious past become distorted, turning into vague legends of gods and heroes. And the physical remains of civilization, its cities and temples, are destroyed by nature, or, even more tragically, dismantled for building materials by subsequent, less advanced cultures, unaware of the true purpose of these stones. This process, which scientists call cultural collapse, would become a virtually insurmountable obstacle for future archaeologists. Even with the most sophisticated instruments, it would have been incredibly difficult for them to discern traces of a highly developed past behind these pitiful remnants. when we delve into hypothetical lost worlds, we face a fundamental question. What, exactly, do we consider a civilization? Does a society necessarily have to build gigantic cities and develop a written language to deserve this lofty status? But what if it possessed other, no less impressive features? For example, an incredibly complex social structure, advanced agricultural techniques, or profound knowledge of astronomy. Some researchers insist on a full set of these criteria, while others call for a more flexible approach. Sometimes a single discovery can upend our entire understanding. The discovery of a stunning stone complex built by hunter-gatherers approximately 12,000 years ago was just such a shock. It shattered the long-held dogma that monumental architecture and complex societies could only emerge after the advent of agriculture and the construction of the first cities. This discovery clearly demonstrates that our understanding of the capabilities of ancient human cultures is constantly changing and evolving, even within the framework of the most rigorous, classical archaeology. Debates about whether a given ancient society reached the critical point of complexity required to be called a civilization flare up with renewed vigor whenever the evidence proves scant or ambiguous. Discussions about the existence of ancient, highly developed, and now lost civilizations almost always hit the same wall: the lack of clear, indisputable physical evidence that fits into the generally accepted chronology of history. Enthusiasts, proponents of so-called forbidden archaeology, point to numerous anomalies, strange artifacts that should not have existed in their era, mysterious ancient maps of astonishing accuracy. They see these as direct indications of the existence of such forgotten worlds. However, official science treats such claims with extreme caution. Typically, the academic community has other, more mundane explanations for mysterious underwater structures or geological oddities. For example, a perfectly crafted stone block might be interpreted not as the product of ancient high technology, but as the result of natural geological processes, or the activities of less advanced cultures. An underwater structure resembling city walls might turn out to be nothing more than a bizarre rock formation, and the dating of anomalous finds is often subject to devastating criticism. Experts point to sample contamination, misinterpretation of cultural layers, or even deliberate hoaxes. The central issue in this perennial debate is the very nature of the evidence. For traditional archaeology to acknowledge the existence of an entire lost civilization, vague hints and isolated enigmas are not enough. A comprehensive, coherent, and interconnected body of evidence is required. This set must include more than just obvious architectural remains, diverse tools, remains of human settlements, and, most importantly, a clear contextual dating. All of this must point with absolute certainty to an era far older than is commonly believed, demonstrating a level of sophistication seemingly unattainable at the time. Without such ironclad, repeatedly verified evidence, theories about vanished civilizations remain in the murky realm of conjecture and speculation. The burden of proof here is incredibly high. This is unsurprising, as the consequences of such a discovery would be truly tectonic. It would require a complete re-examination of human history. This means that to support such extraordinary claims, extraordinary evidence is required. Moreover, the very idea of a lost world is closely intertwined with ancient myths and legends. Nearly every culture on the planet has legends of a great flood that wiped out an earlier, more perfect world, or stories of god-teachers descending from the heavens to teach humanity the basics of civilization. Traditional scholars most often see such myths as mere allegories, poetic reflections of local floods or other natural disasters, rather than descriptions of global historical events. But proponents of the theory of lost civilizations view these same legends quite differently. For them, they are not fairy tales, but distorted, time-clouded memories of real events and truly existing, highly developed societies of the past. And here arises the most difficult question: how to make the leap from mythological narrative to hard archaeological facts. This transition almost always proves impossible due to a catastrophic lack of clear and irrefutable physical evidence. Thus, within the framework of forbidden archaeology, a lost civilization is not simply an ancient tribe, but a complex, highly organized human society. A society that flourished in the distant past, perhaps tens of thousands of years ago, but whose existence official history refuses to acknowledge. These worlds are lost because their material traces are either buried beneath layers of earth and ice, or swallowed by the ocean, or completely destroyed by time, or, most painfully, found but misinterpreted. The memory of them has reached us only in the form of fragments of myths, or isolated archaeological finds that stand out from the overall picture. The debate surrounding their existence is a battle over the interpretation of ambiguous evidence, a clash with the strict demands of academic science and its reluctance to revise established views of the past without absolute proof. Understanding this conflict is key to exploring the specific theories advanced by those who believe our past is immeasurably richer, deeper, and more complex than we usually imagine. The reasons for such a total loss can be varied. Some civilizations may have vanished so completely that no historical records, not even myths, remain, only a few mysterious artifacts found in the ground. Others can be considered lost in a different sense. Their existence is mentioned in ancient texts or oral traditions, but their physical ruins have never been found or identified with complete certainty. Consider the legendary city of Troy. For a long time, this city was considered pure fiction, a figment of Homer's imagination. That was until, in the 19th century, archaeologists excavated a site that strikingly matches the descriptions, albeit a patchwork of many different settlements. But even in the case of Troy, the level of civilization described in the epic poems differs strikingly from what archaeologists have found. When it comes to the truly lost worlds of forbidden archaeology, the gap between their supposed incredible complexity and the complete lack of concrete evidence becomes a veritable abyss. Another crucial aspect to consider is the scale of the supposed influence of these worlds. What are we talking about? Isolated but highly developed enclaves hidden in jungles or mountains, or gigantic empires whose power extended across entire continents? Alternative history proponents often lean toward the latter, hypothesizing global networks of ancient peoples, or at least cultures that occupied vast territories. This fundamentally contradicts the generally accepted picture of the world, according to which early societies were small, isolated groups that developed independently, with large-scale cultural contacts occurring much later. The supposed scale of lost worlds directly influences the evidence needed to confirm them. And if we're talking about a global civilization, we should expect to find widespread and similar artifacts across different continents. However, such finds that cannot be explained otherwise are virtually absent from the archaeological record. And finally, the very concept of advanced. What does it mean in the context of tens of thousands of years ago? Is it simply the ability to build enormous stone structures? Or is it something more? A mastery of complex scientific principles, such as astronomy, advanced mathematics, and engineering, that could rival, if not surpass, the achievements of much later civilizations. Forbidden archaeology often implies precisely this incredible level of development, one that seems utterly impossible for the Stone Age. Sometimes it refers to knowledge that humanity rediscovered only in the modern era, or even today. From precise cartography to a profound understanding of celestial mechanics, all of this requires complex observations and calculations. And it is precisely this supposedly superior level of development, coupled with their incredible antiquity, that makes these hypothetical civilizations incompatible with accepted historical chronology. The most serious obstacle to these theories remains the lack of a continuous archaeological record. In archaeology, everything is built on continuity. Cultures and civilizations grow on the foundation of previous layers, leaving behind an unbroken chain of evidence. Here, however, we are faced with a gaping void. The absence of this foundation, these transitional stages, is the main silent objection that forces even the boldest theories about vanished worlds to remain in the precarious status of intriguing but unproven hypotheses. Imagine the picture painted by classical archaeology: slow, gradual progress, with each new discovery neatly layered on top of the previous one, demonstrating gradual development. But what if, among these layers, something completely out of place is suddenly discovered? An ancient artifact or monument whose complexity and perfection appear seemingly out of nowhere, without any hint of previous stages of evolution. It is precisely such discoveries that deal a crushing blow to traditional scientific theories. Proponents of hypotheses about long-vanished civilizations see such anomalies as direct proof of their correctness. For them, they are nothing more than the legacy of a forgotten great culture or an echo of knowledge that was once lost, or perhaps deliberately erased from history. Official science, for its part, is in no hurry to draw conclusions. Scientists will persistently search for those very intermediate links that should have led to such a technological leap, even if not a trace of them remains today. It is the absence of these transitional forms that becomes the stumbling block. It prevents the hypothetical proto-civilization from fitting into the generally accepted linear model of human development. The very idea of a civilization that was not simply forgotten, but literally erased from existence, presupposes some monstrous cataclysm. This leads to theories about global natural disasters or even the deliberate concealment of ancient knowledge. Consider this: if a civilization had simply been forgotten, its echoes, albeit in the distorted form of myths and legends, would certainly have survived. But for it to have been so lost that its very existence is now questioned and the subject of fierce debate, a colossal historical rupture would have to have occurred. It is precisely this rupture, this black hole in humanity's past, that is the focus of so-called forbidden archaeology. It attempts to unravel the cause of this great amnesia and its true scope. The fundamental question arises: how could it be that highly developed societies, having achieved incredible heights, vanished, leaving virtually nothing behind? How could their memory evaporate from humanity's collective consciousness, surviving only as vague, mysterious hints? The debate over lost civilizations touches on the most fundamental questions about our nature. Is humanity truly moving steadily along a path of progress? Or is our history an endless cycle of ups and downs, where great eras give way to dark ages and accumulated knowledge is doomed to be lost again and again? The traditional view of history offers us the idea of a continuous ascent, with technology and society becoming increasingly complex. But the concept of forgotten worlds challenges this convenient linear model. It hints that humanity's path may have been far more winding and unpredictable. Although hypotheses about vanished civilizations lack irrefutable evidence, they continue to excite minds and inspire researchers to search for alternative histories. These mysteries force us to wonder, do we really know our own past? What if the true history of our species on planet Earth is far grander, more complex, and more mysterious than what we're told in school textbooks? The official version of human history paints a fairly clear and consistent picture. It is a path of purposeful and, for the most part, very slow development. We see how our earliest ancestors, passing through the Stone Age, evolved into anatomically modern humans. It is a story of steady progress. For hundreds of thousands of years, our ancestors led the life of hunter-gatherers, crafting primitive stone tools. Only about 40–50,000 years ago, during the Upper Paleolithic, did something akin to a cultural explosion occur in Europe. Stunning cave art and far more sophisticated tools appeared. But the real revolution, according to this model, occurred much later, approximately 12,000 years ago, when humans mastered agriculture. It was this event that enabled the transition to a sedentary lifestyle, led to population growth, and ultimately to the emergence of the first cities, states, and great civilizations in Mesopotamia and Egypt some 5,000–6,000 years ago. This chronology, supported by a vast array of archaeological data and genetic studies, has become the foundation of our understanding of the past. It shows the slow but steady rise of our species technologically, socially, and intellectually. However, this coherent and generally accepted picture begins to unravel when anomalous finds emerge, artifacts and evidence that don't fit neatly into the established time frame. This problem is known as the antiquity question. These are sites, tools, or traces of human activity that appear tens of thousands of years older than conventional theories suggest. These discoveries suggest that humans may have inhabited certain regions much earlier than previously thought, or possessed astonishingly advanced technologies at a time when they should have been at a primitive stage of development. The difficulty is that these anomalies call into question the very idea of slow and steady progress. They suggest that human development may have been uneven, with sharp leaps forward and, perhaps, equally sharp setbacks, with periods of knowledge loss and rediscovery. The very existence of such discoveries requires us to reconsider fundamental ideas about how human civilization emerged and developed. Throughout the history of science, we have refined methods for determining the age of ancient finds. While these tools are generally reliable today, they have their limitations, and their results often spark heated debate, especially when the results appear anomalous. One of the most well-known methods is radiocarbon dating. It acts like a biological clock, measuring the decay of the isotope carbon-14 in organic remains. This method is ideal for samples up to 50,000 years old. For older objects, such as those associated with volcanic activity, scientists use potassium-argon and argon-argon methods, which allow them to date the layers of ash that bury the artifacts. Paleontologists also have other tools at their disposal. Thermoluminescence dating measures the stored energy in minerals that were once heated, such as fired ceramics or flint tools, and optically stimulated luminescence, or OSL, can reveal the last time sunlight fell on sedimentary rock particles. Despite the effectiveness of these technologies, their accuracy always depends on a multitude of factors: the preservation of the sample, the purity of the geological layer, and the absence of contaminants that could distort the results over thousands of years. Therefore, when one of these methods yields a date that differs dramatically from the expected one, it is immediately subjected to harsh criticism. Scientists begin to doubt: was the sample contaminated? Was the cultural layer disturbed? Was there an error in interpreting the context? Such skepticism is an integral part of the scientific method, but sometimes it leads to the simple ignoring of real, inconvenient anomalies that could upend our understanding of the past. Perhaps one of the most fascinating mysteries of antiquity concerns the history of the settlement of the Americas. For decades, the Clovis first model dominated scholarship. According to it, the first humans arrived in North America from Asia across a land bridge approximately 13,000 years ago, and then rapidly spread across the continent. The distinctive spearheads with longitudinal grooves, known as Clovis points, were long considered the oldest and most indisputable evidence of human presence in the New World. However, in recent decades, this well-constructed theory has begun to crumble under the onslaught of new discoveries. A striking example is the Monteverde site in southern Chile. During excavations conducted in the 1970s and 1980s, archaeologists discovered fantastically preserved organic materials, wooden tools, mastodon bones, and plant remains. Their age, determined by radiocarbon dating, was approximately 14,500 years. For a decade, the world's leading archaeologists verified and re-verified this data, and only by the late 1990s was the significance of this find finally recognized. Just think about it. A settlement existed in South America 1,500 years before the Clovis people even appeared in North America. This completely overturned the previous picture and indicated that there could have been multiple migrations and that they began much earlier. Perhaps the first people moved not overland, but along the Pacific coast. And this wasn't an isolated incident. In Texas, at the Buttermilk Creek complex, archaeologists found thousands of stone tools beneath layers dating to the Clovis culture. Optical luminescence dating put their age at approximately 15,500 years old. This was another powerful blow to the old theory. And in Pennsylvania, at the Meadowcroft Rock Shelter, traces of human presence dating back 16,000 to 19,000 years were found. Although the Monteverde finds are now considered key evidence, the Meadowcroft excavations still raise doubts among some scientists, primarily due to concerns about possible contamination of the samples. Let's step into the scientists' labs, where real detective work unfolds. Here, even the slightest error can distort the picture of the past. Imagine that a single drop of modern groundwater seeping into an ancient sample can completely throw off radiocarbon dating. This fact clearly demonstrates the enormous effort researchers must expend to defend each new date when it comes to shifting the generally accepted chronological framework. Each such discovery, deviating from the conventional picture, pushes back the moment of human first appearance in the Americas by many millennia. This proves that the settlement of the continents was a far more complex and multi-stage process than we are accustomed to believing. However, the most incredible and controversial chapter in this story was written at the ancient Mastodon site of Curity in Southern California. In 2017, sensational news swept the world. Researchers announced the discovery of the bones of a gigantic mastodon, estimated to be as old as 130,000 years old. But that wasn't the most astonishing thing. The bones bore clear signs of processing, evidence that humans hunted these giants in ancient times. Evidence cited included the use of primitive stone tools by ancient hunters to split massive bones, likely to extract the nutritious marrow. This was supported by characteristic chips and cracks that could not be explained by natural causes. The tools themselves, crude but effective jackhammers and stone anvils, were also found near the giants' remains. If these findings are correct, the entire history of humankind in the New World is turned upside down. This means the first hominids arrived in the Americas 100,000 years earlier than commonly believed. These may not have been our direct ancestors, but rather far more archaic species, such as Homo erectus or even Neanderthals, who somehow miraculously crossed the icy expanses of the Pacific Ocean. Naturally, such a bold claim was met with enormous skepticism by the scientific community. Critics immediately pointed out that the nature of the damage on the mastodon bones could have been the result not of human activity, but of powerful geological processes. Glacial movement or the pressure of Earth's crust could have cracked bones with equal force. And the so-called tools, they argued, could have been simply oddly shaped stones, shaped by nature itself. This heated debate underscores the cardinal rule of paleontology. Radical theories that change our entire understanding of the past require absolutely irrefutable and crystal clear evidence. The story of the Curity site is a striking example of how difficult it can be to distinguish the traces of ancient humans from the blind forces of nature, given only limited and ambiguous evidence. Beyond determining the age of human traces, scientists face another, equally challenging task. There are artifacts that appear to demonstrate an incredibly high level of technology or craftsmanship, yet they don't fit into the generally accepted historical chronology. One of the most striking examples is the so-called Ica stones from distant Peru. Imagine thousands of andesite stones of all shapes and sizes. Engraved on their surfaces are scenes that simply boggle the mind. There are images of dinosaurs, even alongside humans. There are drawings of complex medical procedures, such as brain surgery or even organ transplants. Some researchers see detailed world maps and even what appear to be ancient aircraft. Supporters of these stones' authenticity are convinced this is direct evidence of the existence in ancient times of a highly advanced civilization that either lived alongside dinosaurs or possessed medical knowledge millennia ahead of our time. However, mainstream archaeology views these finds with great distrust, considering them nothing more than clever modern forgeries. And there are good reasons for this. The main problem is the complete lack of any confirmed archaeological context. No one knows exactly where or how these stones were found. almost the entire collection was not assembled through scientific excavations, but rather purchased from a local doctor and illegal diggers, robbers of ancient graves. Furthermore, the images on the stones themselves have no parallels in the known cultures of ancient Peru. And the scene of a human hunting a dinosaur seems downright fantastical, as paleontology irrefutably proves that giant lizards became extinct tens of millions of years before the appearance of the first humans. Therefore, despite the allure of these images, the scientific community remains adamant. The Ica stones are not genuine ancient artifacts. Another mystery leads us to Mexico, to the so-called Acambaro figurines. In the 1940s, a collector named Waldemar Julsrud claimed to have discovered thousands of clay figurines. They depicted a wide variety of creatures, including, he claimed, dinosaurs, as well as bizarre human-animal hybrids. Most astonishingly, radiocarbon dating of the organic materials found with the figurines yielded ages ranging from 2,500 to 6,500 years old. If these figurines are genuine, this would mean that humans and dinosaurs truly coexisted in ancient Mexico, completely destroying the modern fossil record. But even here, official science offers a resounding no. The authenticity of these figurines is rejected for a number of reasons. First, their incredible number and stylistic chaos. Second, the complete lack of properly documented archaeological excavations that could confirm their ancient origin. Critics are convinced that these are nothing more than mass-produced fakes, skillfully crafted by local artisans for sale to gullible collectors. As with the Ica stones, these figurines, despite their visual appeal, lack the most important thing: rigorous scientific confirmation and archaeological context. Without these, they remain mere curiosities. Other seemingly out-of-place metal objects also pose mysteries, further complicating the dating of ancient eras. Take, for example, the so-called colossal artifact, found in California in 1961. Initially claimed to be a modern object, a spark plug, encased within a stone estimated to be as much as 500,000 years old, this sparked a wave of speculation about ancient civilizations with advanced technology. However, more detailed examination revealed the object's more complex structure. It did indeed resemble a spark plug and was composed of ceramic and copper. However, leading geologists and archaeologists came to a clear conclusion. It was most likely a component of mining equipment used in the 19th or early 20th centuries. It was simply coated in a hard iron oxide crust, which formed very quickly under favorable conditions and was not an ancient artifact at all. It turned out that the stone surrounding it was not a geological formation formed over millions of years, but simply a piece of hardened clay. And what about the metal spheres from Klerksdorp in South Africa? They are often cited as evidence of ancient super technology. These small, almost perfectly round spheres, some with parallel grooves along the equator, were found in rock layers dating back an incredible 2.8 billion years. Proponents of forbidden archaeology immediately declared that they could only have been artificially created. However, geologists quickly dispelled this mystery. They classified the spheres as natural concretions, dense accumulations of minerals that form in sedimentary rocks. Numerous similar formations of various shapes, including perfect spheres, can be found in such layers. The mysterious grooves and rings are merely traces of the layers from which they formed. The perfectly round shape of these objects is explained not by intelligent design, but by the action of ordinary geological forces over millions of years. One of the most famous examples of this is the hammer, known as the London artifact. It was found near London, Texas in 1936. It's an ordinary-looking iron hammer with a wooden handle, partially embedded in a piece of Cretaceous rock. Some enthusiasts immediately claimed that the rock was over 100 million years old, indicating that someone had been working with metal since the age of dinosaurs. However, even here, a thorough geological analysis conducted by leading experts laid everything out in its place. It turned out that the rock encasing the hammer was a relatively recent formation that arose around it, and not part of an ancient geological strata. Under certain conditions, minerals dissolved in water can very quickly crystallize around any object, creating the complete illusion of its incredible antiquity. The hammer itself, in its design, turned out to be a typical 19th century mining tool. Thus, what seemed an impossible artifact was in fact the result of ordinary natural phenomena acting on a very modern object. However, questions about the depth of our past are not limited to artifacts alone. There is also tangible evidence that complex symbolic thinking and artistic creativity emerged in our ancestors remarkably early. Everyone is familiar with the cave paintings in the caves of Lascaux, Altamira, and Chauvet. These masterpieces are tens of thousands of years old and are widely recognized as examples of Paleolithic art. But some discoveries push this date back even further. Truly revolutionary discoveries were made in Blombos Cave, located on the coast of South Africa. Among them are pieces of ochre engraved with patterns, shell beads, and complex bone tools. Some of these finds are up to 100,000 years old. The ochre engravings are not random scratches, but carefully crafted geometric patterns. Many researchers see them as the first abstract, symbolic expression of thought in human history. These discoveries have completely shattered the previous notion that such complex cognitive abilities emerged much later and only in Europe. And the perforated shell beads are considered the oldest evidence of personal adornment, a form of symbolic communication. These discoveries force us to completely rethink the history of the evolution of the human mind. It turns out that modern cognitive abilities, such as abstract thinking and symbolic behavior, emerged in Africa long before we previously assumed. This radically changes our understanding of how human intelligence developed, and while these findings are fully accepted by mainstream science, they continually force us to expand the boundaries of what we previously thought was possible for our distant ancestors. The architectural and engineering marvels of antiquity also compel us to question the true age of civilization. A striking example is Göbekli Tepe, a megalithic complex in southeastern Turkey, discovered only in the mid-1990s. This site consists of monumental circular stone structures with massive, intricately carved T-shaped columns weighing tens of tons. Radiocarbon dating has revealed something incredible. The structure is over 11,500 years old. Just imagine, Göbekli Tepe is thousands of years older than Stonehenge and the Egyptian pyramids. Let's travel back in time, to an era before humanity knew either cities or agriculture. Here, in what is now Turkey, stands one of the most astonishing and enigmatic megalithic structures in history, Göbekli Tepe. What's so special about it? What's astonishing is the fact that this grandiose temple complex was built by nomadic tribes of hunters and gatherers. These people, who we tend to think of as living only for the present, created an architectural masterpiece long before the first settled civilizations emerged. For decades, scholarship has argued that monumental construction and complex labor practices were a direct result of the agricultural revolution, when humans settled on the land. However, the existence of Göbekli Tepe completely upends this established picture. This complex poses a bold challenge to the entire chronology of human development. It forces us to ask, what if it wasn't agriculture that gave birth to religion and complex social hierarchy, but vice versa? What if it was shared beliefs and ritual practices that united ancient people and served as the impetus for the creation of civilization? Göbekli Tepe is more than just ruins. It is a portal to an entirely different understanding of our past, opening up new horizons for the study of ancient history. But the secrets of the past lie not only on land. Let's dive into the depths of the ocean, where even stranger mysteries of prehistoric times await. Off the coast of Japan lies the Yonaguni Monument, a gigantic underwater rock formation that seems to defy the laws of nature. Perfectly flat platforms, sharp, almost right angles, and structures remarkably resembling steps and terraces appear before us. Some researchers are convinced that this is not a freak of nature, but a creation of human hands, an ancient city or temple altered beyond recognition by millennia underwater. According to the most daring estimates, this object could be between 8 and 10,000 years old. It could have ended up on the seabed at the end of the last ice age, when melting glaciers caused a catastrophic rise in sea levels. However, mainstream geology offers a more prosaic explanation. Most scientists maintain that these impressive shapes are entirely natural in origin. They are the result of tectonic activity and millennia of erosion along natural faults in the sandstone. Geologists point out that similar natural formations are found elsewhere in the region. But the debate continues. Are these geometric shapes too perfect to be created by chance? Or did their creation truly require the intervention of an intelligent designer? A similar mystery awaits us on the other side of the world. The Bimini Causeway, stretching underwater off the coast of the Bahamas, is a remarkably smooth line of massive rectangular limestone blocks. This structure so resembles a man-made pavement that it immediately spawned a host of theories. Some see it as the remains of an ancient wall or road, perhaps even a fragment of the mythical Atlantis, which, according to legend, existed approximately 12,000 years ago when sea levels were much lower. Once again, most geologists agree that we're witnessing nothing more than a freak of nature. They explain that in coastal areas, sand and shell fragments can be compressed by water pressure into a hard rock known as beach stone. Wave action and erosion could well have given these formations their linear, orderly outlines. The perfectly smooth cracks and fissures, they argue, are simply the result of natural weathering. All these objects, which spark heated debate or are sometimes simply ignored by the scientific community, together raise one major problem: the problem of deep antiquity. They challenge our traditional picture of linear human progress. The standard model of history taught in schools assumes that technology and social complexity developed slowly and gradually, with key breakthroughs occurring at clearly defined, easily traceable points in time. However, the discoveries we're discussing call this simple and straightforward model into serious question. Some researchers propose a different perspective on history, revealing a far more complex and intricate picture. They suggest that ancient humans may have achieved astonishing levels of development much earlier than we think, perhaps in isolated pockets of civilization, or that these achievements were part of vast cultural traditions that simply vanished over time, leaving no trace, predating all known cradles of civilization. These discussions also explore another terrifying possibility: that entire swathes of advanced knowledge may have been irretrievably lost. This could have been due to natural disasters, social collapses, or simply vast lapses of time that erase all traces. This raises the question: has human history been a continuous ascent to the heights of progress? Or has it been a series of ups and downs, cycles of prosperity and decline, with the greatest achievements of the past simply disappearing from the archaeological record as we understand it today? It's worth acknowledging that academic science views many claims about humanity's incredible antiquity with great skepticism, and for good reason. First, there's scientific conservatism. New theories that can radically change the established picture of the world require absolutely irrefutable evidence. Archaeologists and historians must provide cast iron evidence before the scientific community will accept such revolutionary ideas. They are trained to be skeptical, trusting only proven methods, precise contextual analysis, and reproducible results. And many sensational claims about antiquity, while exciting, often fail to withstand rigorous scientific scrutiny. Secondly, there are enormous methodological difficulties. For example, the dating of an ancient object or artifact can be questioned due to possible contamination of samples, geological shifts in cultural layers, or even a simple mistake, mistaking a natural formation for a human creation. Without irrefutable evidence that rules out all possible alternative explanations, science will always lean toward the simplest option that is consistent with existing knowledge. Furthermore, resistance to the established paradigm plays a huge role. The modern understanding of human history is the result of many years of painstaking work by thousands of scientists, hundreds of thousands of excavations and studies. The discoveries and theories that form the foundation of this system are firmly entrenched not only in science but also in the public consciousness. To challenge such a monumental and generally accepted system, it is necessary to present a barrage of irrefutable evidence that could not be explained in any other way. Entire careers, textbooks, and university programs are built on this foundation. The inertia of such a gigantic intellectual project means that any new ideas capable of upending our perception of the world face colossal resistance to acceptance. There's also the issue of reproducibility and independent verification. Many controversial sites or artifacts related to ancient history are unique, isolated finds. Their initial discoveries cannot always be replicated under controlled archaeological conditions, and without convincing confirmation from multiple independent sources. The level of skepticism in the scientific community remains understandably high. But even if most of the most extravagant claims about antiquity remain unproven, their impact on our understanding of human evolution is enormous. This very problem constantly forces archaeologists and historians to reconsider their dogmas and assumptions. For example, the discovery of the Monteverde culture in South America led to a complete rethinking of the history of the continent's settlement. And the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, as we have already noted, radically changed our understanding of the emergence of complex societies and monumental architecture. These examples clearly demonstrate that human history is not a rigid dogma. It is a living, dynamic science, constantly being refined and sometimes radically altered by the onslaught of new, compelling evidence. If even some of the boldest theories about the antiquity of civilizations are definitively confirmed, it will require a profound re-examination of everything we know about ourselves. We will have to rewrite the history of human origins, the roots of their migrations, the chronology of intellectual and technological progress, and the very concept of civilization and its timeframes. These ideas could force us to see the world in a completely new way. A world in which ancient peoples possessed a far more advanced level of development than we can imagine. They may have lived in an era repeatedly subjected to global catastrophic events, destroying entire layers of human achievement. Thus, the problem of antiquity remains one of the most pressing and exciting topics of scientific research. It pushes the boundaries of our historical understanding and serves as a perpetual reminder that the distant past is still full of mysteries that we have yet to uncover. It is a reminder that our current view of history is only a starting point, one that can be completely transformed with each new discovery. Our Earth is a dynamic planet, and its appearance has changed dramatically over millions of years. One of the most significant changes, directly related to the mystery of lost civilizations, is sea level fluctuations. During the last ice age, which ended approximately 10 to 12,000 years ago, colossal volumes of water were locked in gigantic ice sheets covering vast tracts of continents. This resulted in global sea levels being tens, and in some places, hundreds, of meters lower than they are today. Just imagine. In some regions, they were a staggering 90–120 meters lower. As the climate warmed and glaciers melted, sea levels began to rise rapidly, inundating vast coastal plains and river valleys that were once fertile land. This massive natural process means that any human settlements that may have existed in these coastal areas during the Ice Age are now buried beneath ocean waters. The very possibility of the existence of highly developed civilizations on these now submerged lands remains the subject of fierce scientific debate. The aquatic mysteries associated with so-called forbidden archaeology, especially those concerning times preceding the generally accepted chronology of civilizations, are the subject of intense debate. One theory holds that if a highly developed society existed 10, 20, or even more thousand years ago, before the peak of the last glaciation or during its rapid melting, then their cities and structures would inevitably have ended up on the seabed. Traditional archaeology, of course, acknowledges the existence of submerged historical sites. However, these typically involve small campsites and settlements of primitive hunter-gatherer societies. Imagine a world buried not beneath a layer of ash or earth, but beneath the silent depths of the ocean. A world where the seabed holds traces of civilizations so ancient that their existence seems impossible. This is precisely what so-called forbidden archaeology does. It seeks evidence that our distant ancestors were more than just primitive hunters, but possessed knowledge and technologies we can only guess at. Here, in the dark depths, researchers encounter structures and patterns that seem impossible to form spontaneously. They suggest the presence of highly complex engineering, indicating a highly sophisticated organization among ancient builders. This hypothesis turns everything upside down. Perhaps, in the distant past, humanity possessed technologies we consider modern today. However, unraveling these mysteries is incredibly difficult. The immense depths, powerful underwater currents, and the ultimate challenge, how to distinguish human-made artifacts from the whimsical workings of nature, make each expedition a true challenge. One of the most notorious and controversial underwater mysteries remains the Yonaguni Monument. Let's take a trip to the shores of the Japanese island of the same name. In 1985, an ordinary diver was diving and stumbled upon something incredible, a massive, multi-level rock formation that looked far too perfect. Before him lay a structure with perfectly smooth terraces, straight walls, angles seemingly measured with a ruler, and precise steps leading to nowhere. Some elements of this underwater complex appear to have been carved from stone with astonishing precision using unknown tools. Proponents of an artificial origin, such as marine geologist Masaki Kimura, are convinced that we are looking at the ruins of an ancient city. He points to the general orientation of the buildings, the system of rooms and passages, the paths and roads. Some even see the remains of gates and arches, all of which, in his view, screams of human design. Kimura also notes stones shaped like turtles and other animals, suggesting deliberate carving. He dates this monument to at least 10,000 years old. His calculations are based on the fact that at the end of the last ice age, sea levels were much lower, and this site was on dry land. If he is correct, the Yonaguni Monument is one of the oldest structures on the planet, predating the Egyptian pyramids by thousands of years. However, mainstream science views this quite differently. Eminent geologists, including Boston University professor Robert Schoch, maintain that the Yonaguni Monument is a creation of nature, not man. They point out that the island is located in a seismically active zone with unique geology. The local sandstone tends to split along perfectly straight lines and plains. And over millennia, earthquakes, erosion, and powerful currents could have created these remarkably regular shapes, so easily mistaken for man-made. Schoch emphasizes that there's not a single obvious tool mark on these stones. There are no chips characteristic of chisels or picks that would distinguish this site from ordinary rocks, and most importantly, not a single artifact has been found in this supposed city that would confirm human presence. No pottery shards, no tools, no remains of fireplaces, nothing that would indicate everyday life. Thus, the entire debate comes down to interpretation. What are we looking at? A surprising interplay of geological forces capable of mimicking intelligent design, or actual ruins, testifying to the massive engineering work of our ancestors in the incredibly distant past. But the mysteries of the deep don't end there. Let's travel to the other side of the planet, to the warm waters off the Bahamas. Here, off North Bimini Island, lies another controversial landmark, the so-called Bimini Causeway. Discovered in 1968, it consists of a perfectly straight line of enormous rectangular limestone blocks extending hundreds of meters into shallow water. Some of these slabs weigh several tons and are stacked so tightly that they resemble an ancient paved road or the base of a gigantic wall. Enthusiasts are certain that nature couldn't have created such a thing. The consistent size, regular shape, and precise arrangement of the blocks, they argue, are too uniform and clearly point to ancient engineering. Fuel was added to the fire by the prediction of American mystic Edgar Cayce, who, back in the 1940s, claimed that the remains of the legendary Atlantis would be found in the Bimini area. If we accept that the Bimini Causeway is man-made, it must be at least 12,000 years old. That's when the sea level was so low that this area was dry land. However, geologists offer a far more prosaic explanation. They believe the Bimini Causeway is a natural geological formation known as a coastal rock ridge. Essentially, it's a form of natural concrete. Sand, shells, and other sediments on the shore are held together over time by calcium carbonate. Under the influence of waves and currents, this rock can fracture into perfect rectangular blocks along stress lines. Over time, waves and erosion arrange these fragments into a straight line along the ancient shoreline. Geologist Eugene Shin has demonstrated that similar natural cave structures can be found in various parts of the world. And again, as with Yonaguni, the complete absence of human artifacts, no tools, no pottery, only strengthens the position of official science. This debate vividly illustrates how difficult it can be to distinguish between natural creation and intelligent design, especially when it comes to structures buried underwater for thousands of years. Meanwhile, reports of new submerged cities continue to pour in from around the world. One of the most striking examples was a discovery in the Gulf of Cambay off the west coast of India. In 2001, oceanographers were conducting a routine sonar survey of water pollution levels. Suddenly, at a depth of about 36 meters, the outlines of something incredible appeared on their screens. Giant geometric structures forming a grid pattern characteristic of urban planning. Subsequent research allegedly recovered artifacts from the seabed, ceramic shards, beads, and even wood fragments. Radiocarbon dating revealed a shocking age of approximately 9,500 years. If true, this would represent the remains of a vast ancient city submerged at the end of the Ice Age. This discovery completely rewrites the history of Indian civilization, pushing its origins back several thousand years. This city appears to be much older than the famed Indus Valley civilization, previously considered the cradle of urban culture in the region. But even here, the scientific community urges caution against jumping to conclusions. Critics have expressed serious doubts. Firstly, sonar images are subject to various interpretations, and they could very well be natural geological formations. Secondly, and most importantly, all the artifacts were recovered from the seabed during dredging operations, not as part of controlled archaeological excavations. This means their direct connection to underwater structures has not been proven. They could have been carried there by a river or ended up on the seabed as a result of later shipwrecks. Yes, a piece of wood is 9,500 years old, but this only proves the age of the wood itself, not the existence of a developed city at the time. Leading archaeologists insist that until full-scale underwater excavations are conducted, any conclusions are premature. And finally, the most intriguing and perhaps most fantastical story. It concerns the so-called Cuban megalith, a supposed submerged city discovered at enormous depths off the west coast of Cuba. In 2001, a Canadian research team led by marine engineer Paulina Zalitsky, using sonar, reported a sensational discovery. At depths of 600 to 750 meters, their instruments detected enormous symmetrical structures, including pyramids and other structures. Researchers have suggested that these may be the ruins of an ancient city dating back over 50,000 years. If confirmed, such a discovery would be a true breakthrough, a revolution in history. But there's one insurmountable problem: depth. Conducting a full-scale study at a depth of 750 meters is virtually impossible. This makes testing this hypothesis a distant prospect, leaving this story in the realm of fascinating but as yet unprovable speculation. To explore such depths, humans require the most advanced technology, a kind of vanguard of underwater robotics. It's no surprise that when news of the Cuban megalith broke, the official reaction from the scientific community was, to put it mildly, lukewarm. The main stumbling block was the fact that no one had provided any visual evidence of the artificial origin of these underwater structures. Imagine the scene. Vague outlines captured by sonar appear on a monitor screen. These images, coming from the abyss, can be incredibly deceptive, easily subject to all sorts of distortions. There's always a huge risk that we're simply misinterpreting this data, especially when dealing with such colossal depths. Indeed, not a single physical artifact has ever been recovered from the seabed, and not a single independent scientist has been able to come and confirm the discoverer's grandiose claims. Geologists, for their part, are putting forward a much more down-to-earth theory. They suggest that the objects that have caused such a stir may be mere natural phenomena. Perhaps these are ordinary geological faults or bizarre rock outcrops that, by pure chance, have formed perfect geometric patterns in sonar images. The extreme depth at which these structures were found creates another insoluble problem for the hypothetical ancient builders. Assuming that these structures are truly the work of humans, this means that their creators possessed technologies that are orders of magnitude superior to anything we know about the capabilities of ancient civilizations. Until concrete and irrefutable evidence based on meticulous scientific analysis is presented, the Cuban megalith will remain an intriguing but unproven hypothesis. While these highly controversial finds stir the public imagination, they currently carry no scientific weight. It's important to distinguish between such speculation and confirmed submerged archaeological sites. Take Doggerland, for example. It wasn't a city, but a vast land bridge that, during the last ice age, connected present-day Great Britain with continental Europe. When the glaciers melted and sea levels rose, this bridge disappeared underwater. Archaeological surveys and dredging in the North Sea have uncovered countless artifacts, from stone tools to animal bones and even human remains. These finds provide irrefutable evidence that these now flooded lands were once inhabited and hunted by Mesolithic hunter-gatherer tribes. This is a proven example of a sunken world where human activity has been discovered, albeit not in the form of highly developed megacities. Similarly, we know the fate of ancient cities such as Thonis, Heracleion, and Canopus in Egypt. Once thriving port centers of the ancient world, these cities sank into the abyss over the course of over 2 millennia due to slow subsidence and rising sea levels. Indeed, entire cities, documented in historical chronicles, were lost to the seabed 2,000 years ago. These examples clearly demonstrate that cities can indeed be swallowed by the sea, but this typically occurs in shallow waters and within observable historical periods, rather than in the deepest prehistoric past. All of these cases vividly demonstrate the enormous challenges researchers face when attempting to identify and date truly ancient settlements that existed before the Ice Age, compared to more recent and well-studied submerged sites. The common challenges of underwater archaeology make reaching a definitive conclusion on these aquatic mysteries an incredibly challenging task. Firstly, accessing and surveying underwater sites is incredibly complex and expensive. Research at great depths requires the use of specialized underwater vehicles and remote sensing technologies. Underwater visibility is often poor, and powerful currents create additional obstacles to any detailed work. Secondly, distinguishing the creations of ancient people from the work of nature underwater can be virtually impossible. Archaeologists constantly wrestle with this conundrum. Is this an artificial structure or a natural seafloor formation? Geological processes such as erosion, rock fracturing, and sedimentary deposits can create remarkably regular and orderly patterns that are easily mistaken for human construction. Without obvious tool marks, remnants of building materials, or associated artifacts, archaeologists simply cannot state with 100% certainty that a particular structure was created by human hands. Furthermore, there's a serious preservation problem. Any organic material, like wood, simply rots and disappears without a trace after thousands of years in water. Stone structures, on the other hand, are subject to relentless erosion, become encrusted with marine organisms, and are altered by geological processes, further complicating attempts to reconstruct their original appearance. Finally, dating these objects without a clear cultural context or organic material suitable for analysis becomes a real headache. Radiocarbon dating, our primary dating tool, requires the presence of organic remains, but even if samples are found on the seafloor, they are most often random deposits, and until there's convincing evidence of a direct connection to the supposed underwater structures, their age cannot be linked to any hypothetical civilization. To gain widespread scientific acceptance, any extraordinary claims must be backed by ironclad evidence. However, for many of these aquatic mysteries, the level of evidence so far falls far short of the required standards. The legend of Atlantis, that powerful and compelling myth of a highly advanced civilization lost at sea, often serves as inspiration for the search for underwater cities. But this passionate desire to discover miracles can sometimes distort the interpretation of ambiguous data, making an objective and impartial scientific assessment even more imperative. Humanity has a long and illustrious history of constructing monumental structures that have evoked awe and admiration for centuries. From the great pyramids of ancient Egypt to the Roman Colosseum, the impressive scale of ancient architecture serves as a shining example of the greatness of the human spirit, a testament to our ingenuity and capacity for complex organization. But there is a special category of ancient buildings, often referred to as giants of stone, due to the colossal size of their individual elements. These structures challenge everything we know about ancient engineering and the capabilities of people of bygone eras. These astonishing megalithic structures, composed of massive, perfectly fitted stones, often without even a drop of mortar, seem to challenge our understanding of the technological capabilities of the societies that built them. The enigma of these structures lies not only in their astonishing size, but also in the incredible precision with which these stone blocks were cut, transported, and assembled. One of the most mysterious places on the planet where you can see these stone giants in person is Baalbek, located in what is now Lebanon. This ancient city is famous for its magnificent Roman temple complex dedicated to Jupiter, Bacchus, and Venus. However, the real secret lies not in the temples themselves, but beneath them, in the massive foundation stones of the Temple of Jupiter. In its western retaining wall lie 3 colossal limestone blocks, known as the Trilithon. Each of these monoliths is approximately 20 meters long, over 4 meters high, and approximately 3.5 meters thick. The estimated weight of each one exceeds 700 tons, the weight of 3 Boeing 747 passenger jets. Their perfect fit, with minimal gaps, remains an unsolved mystery for engineers. The precision with which they are joined is simply astounding. But that's not all. Nearby, in an ancient quarry, you can see even more impressive carved stones that have never left their original location. One of them, known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, or Hajar al-Hibla, is over 20 meters long and is estimated to weigh around 1,000 tons. And just recently, in 2014, an even larger monolith, dubbed the South Stone, was discovered in the same quarry. It also measures approximately 20 meters in length and is estimated to weigh a monstrous 1,600 tons. The main mystery of Baalbek is how these gigantic stones were extracted from the rock, moved several hundred meters, and installed with pinpoint precision. Mainstream archaeological theories hold that the Romans used a combination of ramps, levers, wooden rollers, and a massive labor force to move such heavy blocks. It is believed that massive earthen ramps were built around the construction site to install the trilithon. This likely represented a highly complex and meticulously designed mechanism to manipulate these stone behemoths. The traditional theory suggests that the gigantic blocks were moved and installed by hundreds, perhaps thousands of workers pulling thick ropes. However, the problem is that very little direct archaeological evidence of such massive ramps has been found at Baalbek. The colossal weight of the stones makes the logistics of moving and installing them a formidable task. even if an entire army of people were involved. Critics of the official theory argue that known Roman technology and engineering capabilities simply cannot explain how such gigantic blocks were processed and installed. This, in turn, leads to speculation about the existence of an earlier unknown civilization that possessed far more sophisticated construction techniques. Ancient monuments in the Andes in Peru are also part of this global mystery. Stone giants can also be found in Bolivia, raising the same questions about ancient engineering solutions. Let's move on to Sacsayhuaman. This vast complex, located on a high plateau above the city of Cusco in Peru, is famous for its cyclopean walls made of massive, irregularly shaped limestone blocks, securely interlocked. Some of these blocks weigh over 100 tons. But most astonishingly, they fit together with such incredible precision that it's impossible to fit even a knife blade between them.